Chapter 476. Chapter 476. The Truthu Rong's despair. Old Master Ning did not hear Ning San's words. He looked at Ning Xiandong in shock. Brother, what did you do? Brother? Ning San's eyes showed a trace of doubt. Ning Hongdu and the others also rushed over. Seeing Zhu Rong lying on the ground and Zhuo Shi and the others seemed to be in no danger, they looked at Ning Xiandong in shock. Sister Xinlian, Sister Sinny, are you okay? Little Yuer and Zhuo Ling ran to the two girls and asked nervously with their cute eyes. The two girls let out a long sigh and touched their heads. We're fine. At this time, there were a few more rays of light in the sky. Kong Xiaofeng, Nangong Batian, Huangfu Jingxiao, Chao Dinglong, and many other Do Huangs arrived one after another. After a few moments, even Qin Zheng came in person. Where is Zhu Rong? Qin Zheng's voice reached before he arrived. Your Majesty, this, Kong Xiaofeng and the others found Zhu Rong lying on the ground. Their eyes were full of doubt as they looked at Qin Zheng, not knowing how to answer. This is, Qin Zheng glanced at Zhu Rong and then at Ning Xiandong with shock in his eyes. He then led everyone to Ning Xiandong and Old Master Ning. Senior Qin Zheng was about to speak, but Ning Xiandong waved his hand and walked toward Zhu Rong with a solemn face. This. Qin Zheng was slightly startled. Huangfu Jingxiao and the others were also stunned. Why did he not give Qin Zheng face? Someone wanted to scold him, but thinking that Zhu Rong's situation was a little strange, they did not dare to speak. You're Zhu Rong. Ning Xiandong looked at him condescendingly. You, who are you? Zhu Rong said weakly, fear in his eyes. I'm Ning Xiandong, Ning Qi's grandfather. You came to the capital and wanted to kill my grandnephew's family in front of me. How arrogant! Ning Xuandong's mouth curled into a sinister smile. As the sixth elder of the Five Poisons sect, he had countless lives at his hands and his methods were extremely cruel. At this moment, countless ways to punish Zhu Rong flashed through his mind. Young Master's grandfather? The women of the Zhuo clan were shocked when they heard this. Then, their faces lit up with joy, especially Xian Lian and Xian Yi. They had already realized that this middle-aged man had saved them. Ning San stared at Ning Xiandong, dumbfounded. He then looked at great-grandfather Ning. Great-grandfather Ning nodded slightly at him, and Ning San's face lit up with ecstasy. No, that's impossible. How could the Ning family have someone like you? Zhu Rong looked at Ning Xiandong in horror. He was filled with regret. Why did he have to come here? At the same time, he continuously circulated the battle qi in his body. However, the battle qi remained motionless, as if it had lost its vitality. After realizing this, Zhu Rong revealed a look of despair. At this moment, another ray of light flashed across the sky. Bai Caozi appeared above everyone's heads. When he saw Zhu Rong, he was shocked. When he realized that the Zhuo women seemed to be unharmed and only Ning San was injured, Bai Caozi heaved a sigh of relief. He landed in front of Zhu Rong and struck his head with his palm. Another one? Oh, it's Bai Caozi. Qin Zheng and the rest were shocked at first, but when they saw who it was, they heaved a sigh of relief. Just as Bai Caozi's palm was about to land on Zhu Rong's head, a thick and strong arm tightly grabbed Bai Caozi's wrist. Bai Caozi's heart jumped in fright. His pupils abruptly shrank and the hairs on his body stood on end as he looked at Ning Xiandong in shock. Ning Xiandong said calmly, "He is mine." Say, Senior, when Bai Caozi realized that Ning Xuandong's aura was unfathomable, he quickly said, I didn't see Senior here just now. Please forgive me if I have offended you. When Qin Zheng and the rest saw this, they were even more shocked. Only Ning Hongdu and Ning Hongtian knew why Bai Caozi was so respectful. Damn it, that B***starred woman is fine. When Nangong Yuer saw that Xian Che and the rest were fine, she cursed in her heart. Her face was ashen. Who are you? Ning Xiandong asked calmly. When great-grandfather Ning saw this, he quickly stepped forward and said, Big brother, he is the sect leader of 100 Grass sect, Bai Caozi. Big brother? A trace of shock appeared in Bai Caozi's eyes. If he remembered correctly, Old Master Ning was the ancestor of the Ning family and also Ning Qi's grandfather. How could the Ning family have such an unfathomable expert? If that was the case, why didn't he come out when Qin Tang Empire was about to be conquered by Red Sun Empire? Questions arose in Bai Caozi's mind. Oh! Ning Xiandong replied and released his hand. He smiled at Zhu Rong and said, I'm going back to the sect. You can come with me. When he finished speaking, he grabbed Zhu Rong and said to great-grandfather Ning, Little brother, I'll come visit you with Ning Qi when I have time. I'll take my leave first. Big brother, take care. Old Master Ning said with a look of reluctance. The disciples of the champion Marquis's mansion also knelt on the ground and bowed to Ning Xiandong. After that, Ning Xiandong took Zhu Rong and flew away without paying attention to the others. Seeing this, Bai Caozi hurriedly exchanged a few words with great-grandfather Ning and left. He muttered in his heart, this Qin Tang Empire is a bit strange. I'd better not come here often. I'll let 100 Herb Hall handle this matter. Anyway, Zhu Rong's matter has been solved. I'll just cultivate in peace. After Ning Xiandong and Bai Caozi left, Qin Zheng and the others felt the pressure in their hearts slowly disappear. Then Qin Zheng looked at great-grandfather Ning with a serious face. It's him? Great-grandfather Ning nodded. Qin Zheng's heart seemed to be in turmoil. As the emperor of Qin Tang Empire, he naturally knew that great-grandfather Ning had an elder brother. He also knew why he ran away from home when he was young and disappeared. However, he did not expect that after so many years, he would return to Qin Tang Empire as a fighting grandmaster. Even Bai Caozi was respectful to him and called him elder. When he ran away from home, Bai Caozi was already a fighting grandmaster. From this, it could be seen that the other party's cultivation was extremely terrifying. He must be at least a 5-star fighting grandmaster to make Bai Caozi so respectful. Who is it? Seeing that Qin Zheng seemed to know Ning Xuandong's real identity, Huangfu Zhengshao and the others were even more confused. The emperor knew his background, but why didn't they know? Your Majesty, I'll go to the imperial palace to see you and talk to you in detail after I've settled my family matters. Great-grandfather Ning said. Okay, then I'll wait for you in the imperial palace. Qin Zheng nodded and glanced at Huangfu Zhengshao and the others. You can go now. After saying this, he flew away. Chapter 477. Chapter 477. Supreme Dragon slaying Bullet sorry for the fright. Old Master Ning smiled. Old Master, we're fine. You came just in time. The ladies of the Zhua clan quickly bowed. Haha, Ning Qi found a smart housekeeper. Old Master Ning looked at Zhao Er. Zhao Er looked pleased. You flatter me. In the future, I will send a few more people to guard the dragon-slaying Marquis residence. Ning-san, send a message to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu and have them bring the dragon riders to the capital. I will explain this matter to His Majesty and give them a piece of land in the outskirts. When the time comes, if something like what happened today happens in the capital again, we will have a better response. Old Master Ning said. Yes. Ning-san swallowed the pill, and his complexion became much better. He nodded, turned around, and flew in the direction of Sky Wind Forest. Hongdu, did you hear that? Old Master Ning looked at Ning Hongdu. Ning Hongdu quickly nodded. I'll arrange for more people to guard the dragon-slaying Marquis residence. Ning Hongtian and Nangong Yuer felt bad at this scene. You're going shopping, right? Do you mind if this old man goes with you? Old Master Ning looked at Zhuoling and Little Yuer with a smile. Zhuoling quickly said, Sorry to trouble you, Old Master. Little Yuer rolled her eyes and grabbed Old Master Ning's arm. Grandpa Ning, young master said that you're the best in the Ning clan. Do you really want to go shopping with us? Great-grandfather Ning's eyes flashed with a trace of gratification. He nodded and said, Of course it's true. Xian Che and the other ladies naturally did not refuse. The group of beauties surrounded old Master Ning and walked toward the busiest street in the capital. Of course, it was a place that sold rouge and cosmetic. Jiuzhou Empire. Capital. Ning Qi came to the Tianji Institute and asked for Old Master Jin. Someone immediately brought him to Old Master Jin's courtyard. Senior Jin, I'm here again, Ning Qi said loudly. Creak. The door opened and Old Master Jin appeared before Ning Qi. He sized Ning Qi up. Hey kid, your cultivation seems to be flying. What spiritual fruit did you eat? Hee, Senior Jin, let's not talk about this first. I have come this time because I have something to ask of you. Ning Qi smiled and changed the subject. You have something to ask of me? Old Man Jin frowned and looked at Ning Qi vigilantly. You're not here to borrow spirit crystals, are you? I don't have any spirit crystals. Old Man Jin poisoned Ning Qi's path first. I'm not borrowing spirit crystals. Ning Qi secretly rolled his eyes. Oh, what is it? Old Man Jin smiled. It's like this. Have you made any progress with the dragon-slaying bullet you researched last time? Ning Qi laughed. At the mention of this, Old Man Jin beamed with joy and said, Of course, who am I? Can't you handle this little thing? Follow me. After saying this, he grabbed Ning Qi's arm and directly flew into the air to a suburb in the south of the capital. Ning Qi saw from the sky that the ground here was covered with huge pits and there was a trace of radiation. Could it be that Old Man Jin had moved the test site here? As expected, Old Man Jin said, after the dragon-slaying bullet was tested in the Heavenly Mystery Academy, a few servants felt unwell. When they went to the toilet, they actually excreted bloody feces. It should be known that the weakest among them was a one-star Do Ling. Therefore, I moved the testing area here. Take a look at my improved version of the dragon-slaying bullet. After saying this, a pale silver oval object about the size of a palm appeared in his hand. There was also a button on the object. Press this thing, and it can control the time of explosion according to the amount of Do Qi you input. Old Man Jin smiled proudly. Damn, this old man is really not simple. He even developed a time function? Ning Qi's face showed a trace of shock. After seeing this trace of shock, Old Man Ning laughed proudly and threw the silver bullet toward a mountain in the distance. With a poof, the silver bullet directly entered the mountain. 5 breaths. Old Man Jin said faintly. Ning Qi immediately felt a strong pretentious aura from him. This old man was somewhat proud of himself recently. After 5 breaths, only a loud sound was heard, followed by a dazzling light. Ning Qi could not help but cover his eyes with his hands. A moment later, he opened his eyes and saw a mushroom cloud about twice the size of the previous dragon-slaying bullet rising into the sky. The small mountain was directly shaved off more than half. This power is not bad, right? Old Man Jin smiled faintly. Not just good. If it exploded in a group of 9-star dozongs or even peak dozongs, it would probably kill a lot of them. Wild joy surged in Ning Qi's heart. Elder Jin, can you give me 10 of these dragon-slaying bullets? Ning Qi asked. This is the last one. Old Man Jin shook his head. Ning Qi was stunned for a moment. What? Old Man Jin, the rest have been used up because of the test. Ning Qi. Then when will you be able to refine it? Old Man Jin thought for a moment and said, About 1 a month. This is my speed. If Manjula were to refine it, he might not even be able to refine one in 2 months. It actually takes so long. Ning Qi had to return to the Cloud Rising sect in 2 months, lest he missed the tribute team. At that time, Shinta Yuanba would probably die at Jing Wuming's hands with hatred. Besides, I've already given you 10 of them. I call these improved dragon-slaying bullets the Supreme Dragon-Slaying Bullet. They're meant for the Empire to use in the war against the dragons in the future. You have to store them and not give them to others easily, not even to you. Old Man Jin curled his lips. Ah. If not for me, how could Elder Jin refine the Supreme Dragon-Slaying Bullet? I am in urgent need of the Supreme Dragon-Slaying Bullet now. Ning Qi secretly cursed the shameless old man in his heart and then pleaded. No, there is no room for negotiation, unless— Old man Jean smiled slightly, a cunning look flashing in his eyes. Unless what? Ning Qi asked. As long as the other party's price was not too outrageous, he planned to agree. Unless you stay in the Divine Mystery Institute and study the dragon-slaying bullet with me. Old man Jean revealed his real intention. Stay in the Divine Mystery Institute? Become a research monk with Old man Jean? Ning Qi rejected without hesitation. I am afraid I cannot agree to Elder Jin's request. Then there is nothing else to say. Old man Jin's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment as he shook his head. What about this in exchange? Ning Qi took out a dragon blood fruit. When Old man Jean saw this, he immediately snatched the dragon blood fruit. Then, he sized it up carefully and said in surprise, Dragon blood fruit? Where did you get it? I just came out of the dry bones forbidden ground. Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 478. Meeting of Old Friends. I can exchange it with dragon blood fruit. I won't lie to you. 1 dragon blood fruit can be exchanged for 12 supreme dragon slaying bullets, which is equivalent to working hard for you for a year. Old man Jean said. Ning Qi knew there was more, so he didn't say anything. As expected, Old man Jean said, But I don't have that much time. How about this, I'll refine 2 for you first and give you the rest later. Deal. Ning Qi didn't bargain. Although he knew he must have suffered a loss, it was also very good to have a closer relationship with Old man Jean. Old man Jean looked at Ning Qi with a much gentler expression. He secretly thought that Ning Qi could be taught. Then Ning Qi chatted with Old man Jean for a while. Old man Jean wanted Ning Qi to stay and study physics with him, but Ning Qi found an excuse and slipped away. In the restaurant. In about 20 days, it will be the battle between Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng. I heard that Wu Lingfeng said that he will destroy Dongfang Haojie's cultivation on the spot. He's too arrogant. The two of them were not on good terms before, but Wu Lingfeng can't do anything to Dongfang Haojie. He is at least a 3rd-rank eunuch, and can see the emperor every day. Who is the emperor? It's a Dodi. Just a few words and Dongfang Haojie's cultivation will rise. Although Wu Lingfeng is the son of Lord Wu, he really can't compare to Dongfang Haojie. Your information is outdated. Dongfang Haojie has resigned from his position as a 3rd-rank eunuch. Moreover, Wu Lingfeng just came out of Dragonfield. Do you know that place? You definitely don't, because I don't know either. I only know that everyone who comes out of that place will have their cultivation soar. There's such a thing? Then there will be a good show this time. Dongfang Haojie has returned to the Jiuzhou Empire from the Dongfang family? And he still wants to fight with Wu Lingfeng? Ning Qi raised his head and glanced at the few people who were chatting next to him. He secretly eavesdropped on the conversations of the people at the other tables. They were also talking about Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng. It seemed that this matter had become a popular topic. After listening for a while, Ning Qi slowly understood the relationship between the two. From these words and phrases, Ning Qi weaved a sad story for himself. Back then, when Dongfang Haojie had just been sent to the imperial palace by the Dongfang family to be a eunuch, he followed an old eunuch to the martial imperial manor to handle some matters. He met a child of the same age, Wu Lingfeng. At that time, Wu Lingfeng was already very domineering and arrogant. He wanted to bully Dongfang Haojie whenever he saw him. As a result, Dongfang Haojie was, after all, from the 9 great clans. His martial arts foundation was very good. Wu Lingfeng was not his match and was beaten up. Then, he went to complain to his father. Originally, a small grudge like this wouldn't last for 10 or 20 years. At most, it would only last for 2 or 3 days. At that time, Martial King was discussing official matters with the old eunuch in the main hall. Aside from the two of them, there were many elders and disciples of the martial imperial manor. When Wu Lingfeng ran to Marshal King's side and pointed at Dongfang Haojie to complain, his stomach, which had been kicked by Dongfang Haojie before, suddenly began to hurt. Then there was a puff. That's right, he pooped in his pants. Although he didn't take off his pants to verify it on the spot, everyone present was an expert and could smell it. The matter of Wu Lingfeng losing his father was treated as an interesting matter and had always been the main topic of gossip. It was only until the day Wu Lingfeng became a dosher that everyone gradually forgot about it. No one used this matter to tease Wu Lingfeng anymore. However, because of this matter, Wu Lingfeng hated Dongfang Haojie for more than 20 years. Tsk tisk. Thinking of this, Ning Qi shook his head gloatingly. Hey, it's Dongfang Haojie. Why is he here? Shoo, be quiet. All the diners upstairs immediately became serious. Just like that, they buried their heads in their food and no longer talked about Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng. Dongfang Haojie walked up the stairs and directly sat in front of Ning Qi's table. Waiter, add a few more dishes. His voice was deep and full of yang energy. All right. The waiter immediately responded. Aya, it's over. This guy knows Dongfang Haojie? He won't tell him the bad things we said just now, right? Alas, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come to Yunwu restaurant to eat today. What are you afraid of? It's just talking. You don't have to die. When those diners saw Dongfang Haojie sitting at Ning Qi's table, their complexions suddenly became incomparably ugly. They communicated with each other and at the same time pricked up their ears to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two. How did you know I was here? Ning Qi looked at Dongfang Haojie and said with a smile. I have been a eunuch in the capital for so many years. Do you think it's for nothing? Dongfang Haojie said with a faint smile. When Ning Qi heard him say the word eunuch in a calm tone without any extra fluctuations, he knew that Dongfang Haojie's temperament had completely changed. No wonder when he went upstairs just now, Ning Qi felt like he was bathing in a spring breeze. It seems that you have a lot of informants here. How about it? Do you have the confidence to fight with that Wu Lingfeng? If you don't, I can help you, Ning Qi said with a smile. The diners' ears moved slightly and a trace of horror flashed in their eyes. This guy actually dared to say that he could help Dongfang Haojie? What's his background? Is he also an expert on the human list? Ha ha. Dongfang Haojie, what kind of friend do you have that you can boast so shamelessly? A loud laugh came. Wu Lingfeng. A surprised look appeared in the diners' eyes. They didn't expect that they would meet the two main characters of the capital's headlines when they came out for a meal today. Wu Lingfeng came in front of Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie while laughing. He glanced at Ning Qi and found that Ning Qi was just a 6-star Do Huang. He then continued to ridicule Dongfang Haojie. I didn't expect that in just a few years, you have actually fallen to the same level as this kind of trash. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie glanced at each other and then looked at Wu Lingfeng together. Are you eating? Eating? Wu Lingfeng was slightly startled. Go and order some dishes. Can't you see that we are eating? Are you here to freeload? Ning Qi rolled his eyes. Brat, you are very bold. Wu Lingfeng instantly reacted. A trace of faintly discernible and terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Seeing this, the diners quickly threw down their chopsticks and ran to the stairs. They were afraid, but they were also reluctant to leave. You two, don't cause trouble in my Yunwu restaurant. A woman suddenly appeared between Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng. It's her again? Ning Qi was slightly startled. He didn't notice that he had come to the same restaurant as last time. This lady boss was a descendant of the Ding clan, one of the 9 great clans. At that time, Duan Yingjuan's elder brother was very afraid of her. However, she wasn't even afraid of Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng. Chapter 479. Repulse the enemy with words. Ding Ling. Wu Lingfeng glanced at her and said indifferently, Did I cause trouble in your Yunwu tower? Which eye of yours saw it? Ding Ling looked at Wu Lingfeng coldly. Retract your aura. Don't scare the customers of my Yunwu restaurant. Humph. Wu Lingfeng let out a cold snort with an ugly expression. Then, he obediently retracted his aura. Seeing this, Ning Qi could not help but let out a chuckle. Wu Lingfeng suddenly looked at Ning Qi. Brat, you dare to laugh at me? So what if I laugh at you? Are you hitting me here? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Ding Ling glanced at Ning Qi and said softly, You again? Soon after, she said to the three of them, If you have any grudges, you can settle them on your own after leaving Misty Cloud Tower. I remember that the two of you are going to have a big battle soon, right? At that time, you will naturally be able to settle your grudges. Why is there a need to make a fuss in my Misty Tower? Dongfang Haojie cupped his hands and said with a smile, Miss Ding is right. He turned to Ning Qi and said, Shall we go? All right, let's go. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After that, the two of them went downstairs and left. Seeing that, Wu Lingfeng immediately chased after them. Dongfang Haojie, why is he a little different? Did he have any fortuitous encounters during this time? Ding Ling's eyes were filled with confusion. When she realized that the diners were looking at her, Ding Ling disappeared from the second floor in a flash. Brother Dongfang, what's the background of this Yunwu Tower? That Ding Ling's cultivation seems to be about the same as mine. Why do you and Wu Lingfeng give her so much face? Ning Qi asked curiously on the way. It's true that her cultivation isn't high and she's young. However, her business isn't limited to food, Dongfang Haojie said with a smile. She paused for a moment before continuing, Otherwise, I wouldn't have come looking for you as soon as I found out you were in Yunwu Tower. What? What's strange about it? Ning Qi was even more curious. There is a book of life and death in the Cloud Mist restaurant. Seeing that Ning Qi was so curious, Dongfang Haojie hesitated for a moment before speaking indifferently. When he mentioned the Book of Life and Death, his expression changed. Book of Life and Death? What the hell was this? Could it be that Yunwu Tower is the Yama Palace? Questions arose in Ning Qi's mind. Every year, a name will appear in the Book of Life and Death. This name may be an official of the Nine States Empire, a prince, or an elder of a sect, or even a sect leader. Whenever a name appears, the owner of the name will definitely die within 3 years. Dongfang Haojie continued. What? Ning Qi's face revealed a look of shock. How was this possible? Could it be that this Misty Cloud Tower was the same as the Bloody Slaughter sect, and that they were all assassins? But Dongfang Haojie knew about it, and Wu Lingfeng obviously also knew about it, so the emperor and all the nobles must also know about it. Why didn't they ban Yunwu Tower? Brother Dongfang, is Misty Tower really that strange? For example, if the name of the emperor appears on it? Ning Qi said in a low voice. The emperor he was referring to was the emperor of the Zhou Empire, a Dou Di. However, his name did not seem to be on the Dongxian leaderboard. Dongfang Haojie said solemnly, Then we shall appoint a new heir. This time, Ning Qi was really shocked. Yunwu Tower was actually powerful enough to decide the life and death of the emperor? That was the Zhou Empire, not a mediocre country like the Qin Tang Empire. In the land of Dongxian, there were only 3 to 5 countries that could compare with the Zhou Empire, and 2 to 3 of them were probably much weaker. How could such a top country be killed by assassins? Brother Dongfang, have you seen the Book of Life and Death? Ning Qi asked seriously. After knowing this news, he felt a little uneasy. What would happen if one day his name appeared on the Book of Life and Death? No one has ever seen the real Book of Life and Death. Every year, after the name appears, Ding Ling will hang a piece of white cloth outside the Misty Tower with the name written on it. But you don't have to be afraid. It's just a 6-star Do Huang. It's probably impossible for you to leave your name on it in this lifetime. Dongfang Haojie glanced at Ning Qi and teased. I hope so. Ning Qi nodded. After that, he wanted to ask more about the Misty Tower, the origin of the Book of Life and Death. When it appeared, and why did Ding Ling of the Ding clan take care of it? Whether the Ding clan was the mastermind behind all these questions, Dongfang Haojie could only answer when the Misty Tower was established. It had been 123 years since then. 122 absolute geniuses had died. Among them were Do Di, Do Xing, and Do Zun. However, without exception, they were all extremely talented people. They were existences that could suppress a group of beauties until they lost their luster. There was one exception. Until now, no one understood what had happened to that fellow's death. This was because his cultivation was merely at the peak of the Do Wang class. He was not even ranked on the dragon ranking. His name had suddenly appeared on the Book of Life and Death. After that, no one had found his corpse until he died. They could only obtain information about that unlucky child from his original clan. Since the appearance of the Book of Life and Death, he was the only person who was not a genius that had been killed. Just as Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie were discussing enthusiastically, Wu Lingfeng once again blocked their way. Wu Lingfeng smiled faintly at Ning Qi. "You haven't answered me just now. How do you want to help Dongfang Haojie defeat me? Or are you just a big talker?" Shit Ghost was here again. Ning Qi rolled his eyes in his heart. After which, he impatiently looked at Wu Lingfeng. There was an irritated feeling of being interrupted in his heart. "Wu Lingfeng, I am not familiar with you. Why are you asking me all these questions?" Wu Lingfeng coldly laughed. "I am the son of King Wu, and you do not have an official position. You have to call me Little Prince. You actually dare to call me by my name. This is sufficient reason to arrest you and throw you into prison." "What?" Ning Qi looked at Dongfang Haojie. He wanted to confirm if what Wu Lingfeng said was true or false. In the end, Dongfang Haojie nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "I forgot to tell you." Ning Qi immediately smiled at Wu Lingfeng and said, "Little Prince, you still have over 20 days before you will personally beat up Dongfang Haojie. There is no need for you to place a small character like me in your eyes, right?" "Ah!" Wu Lingfeng wildly laughed a few times in his heart. Seeing Ning Qi admit his fear, he really vented his anger. "This won't do. Looks like you will not be able to personally witness the battle between me and Dongfang Haojie. This fellow does not look as simple as he looks. He wants to capture me because he is really afraid that I will help Dongfang Haojie, right?" Ning Qi's heart slightly sank. Seeing the patrolling soldiers walking over after seeing the situation here, Ning Qi made a decision in his heart. He said to Wu Lingfeng, "You can capture me if you want, but you have to answer a question of mine first." "What question?" Wu Lingfeng frowned slightly. "How did you feel when you defecated in your pants at that time?" Ning Qi smiled. "You." Wu Lingfeng was furious. Seeing that there were more and more onlookers, and that Ning Qi seemed to have the intention to continue speaking, he immediately turned around and left. His back view was somewhat panicked. Chapter 480. Song Shan is green. Haha, this guy. Ning Qi could not help but laugh together with Dongfang Haojie when he saw Wu Lingfeng running away. The soldiers saw that it was Dongfang Haojie and quickly left without saying a word. "You have to be careful. Wu Lingfeng is very vengeful." Dongfang Haojie looked at Ning Qi and smiled. He was touched. Ning Qi knew Wu Lingfeng's identity but still dared to tease him. Wasn't he helping him vent his anger? "You will be competing with him in 20 days. Remember to beat him until he is convinced. Then, how would he dare to find trouble with me? Besides, I have Old Man Jean behind me." Ning Qi thought to himself. "What are you doing in the Nine States Empire? A sect mission?" Dongfang Haojie smiled and changed the topic. However, Ning Qi could see a trace of confidence in his eyes. Obviously, Dongfang Haojie also had a trump card. "Sort of." Ning Qi nodded. "Then how long will you be staying here?" Dongfang Haojie asked. "At least 2 months." Ning Qi said. "Let's go to my house." Dongfang Haojie smiled. Ning Qi thought for a while and nodded. When he came to Dongfang Haojie's house, he could not help but exclaim. Every inch of land in the capital of the 9 States Empire was worth its weight in gold. How much did Dongfang Haojie embezzle to be able to buy such a house in a prosperous place like the capital? In front of Ningqi was a large mansion that occupied at least 100 acres of land. At the entrance were 2 golden lions that were 20 feet tall. Compared to them, Ningqi, who was standing in front of them, was like an ant. The walls of the courtyard were also very tall, about 2 or 3 times taller than the golden lions. This was simply a fortress. Brother Dongfang, tell me honestly, how much did you spend on this house? Ningqi asked curiously. Not much, just 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. Dongfang Haojie smiled faintly. This was not much? Ningqi sold a lower mystic calming beauty pill for 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. The lower heaven rank inner armor that was lying quietly in his space bag was only 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. Dongfang Haojie's house was equivalent to the price of a lower heaven rank inner armor. This was really extravagant. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Dongfang Haojie smiled, pulled Ningqi's arm, and entered the house. Naturally, there were many servants in such a large mansion. Before he walked far, Ningqi saw an old man running over with a group of fair-skinned manservants. When the old man saw Dongfang Haojie affectionately pulling Ningqi's arm, his eyes flashed with shock. Then he respectfully stepped forward and said, "This old servant greets master." Yes. Dongfang Haojie faintly nodded his head and said, "Today I have an esteemed guest. Go and prepare. Follow the standard of a first-rank official." Rank 1. A trace of horror flashed through the old man's eyes. After carefully looking at Ningqi, he nodded at Dongfang Haojie and left with the manservant. Ningqi had already guessed their identities because of the feminine aura on these manservants. These fellows are not welcome in the imperial palace. Sooner or later they will die in there. Seeing that they are somewhat obedient, I pleaded with the emperor to let them follow me. Dongfang Haojie seemed to see the doubt in Ningqi's heart and explained with a smile. In addition to these eunuchs, there were also many maids in the house. Moreover, their appearance was comparable to that of a fairy. They were at the same level as Tong Yingui, Lu, and Xian Che. However, compared to Xueling, they were still lacking. Thinking of Xueling, a trace of nostalgia flashed through Ningqi's eyes. I wonder how she is now. Has she returned to the Snow Dragon clan? Ningqi said in his heart. Then, Dongfang Haojie brought Ningqi to the back garden of his house. Looking from here, one could see the mountain range on the outskirts of the capital. Brother Dongfang, what is the first-rank standard? Sitting down with Dongfang Haojie in the stone pavilion, Ningqi asked curiously. Dongfang Haojie faintly smiled. You will know in a moment. Not long after, a group of people came in under the lead of the old eunuch. This group of people had colorful pastels painted on their faces. The first-rank standard is to watch a show? Ningqi was a little disappointed. At this time, the manservant brought tea over. A faint fragrance was inhaled into Ningqi's lungs. At this time, the system's notification suddenly sounded. Ding! The host smelled a top-quality heaven-rank Songshan Snow Green, increasing 1 million experience points. What? Just smelling it increased 1 million experience points? It should be known that Ningqi only needed 6 million to level up. Seemingly noticing the great change in Ningqi's expression, Dongfang Haojie faintly smiled and said, "This tea is called Songshan Snow Green. It is planted for 10 years, ripened for 10 years, picked for 10 years, and fried for 10 years. After about 40 years, it can produce 1 caddy. Thanks to the Emperor's love, my house has 1 caddy." The manservant put down the tea with an envious face. After which, he respectfully stood behind Dongfang Haojie. Ningqi swept his eyes over him. This manservant was not simple. He was a 1-star Do Huang. Looking at his age, he should be around the same age as Duan Minglong. This god-dragon Marquis Mansion was a Heaven's Pride-level disciple, but he was actually Dongfang Haojie's manservant. This was definitely not a treatment that a Dozong could receive. Thinking about this mansion, Ning Qi guessed that it was because of the third-rank eunuch's identity. "Drink it while it's hot." Dongfang Haojie smiled and said. After which, his gaze turned to the group of actors. Ning Qi picked up the cup of tea and downed it in one gulp. Before this, the old eunuch and the young eunuchs had been watching Ning Qi's every move. Seeing him waste a heavenly treasure so recklessly, not even tasting it before directly swallowing the Tsang Mountain jade into his stomach, all of their faces revealed tragic expressions. This was one of the few treasures in the mansion. The remaining Tsangshan Snow Green could only serve 3 or 4 people. Ding! Congratulations to host for drinking the top-grade heaven-class Tsangshan Snow Green. You have obtained 3 million experience points. Smelling it for 1 million and drinking it for 3 million, Ning Qi was a little disappointed. He was currently a 6-star Do Huang. Adding the 4 million experience points that he had just obtained, he was still lacking 1 million or so before he could once again break through to a 7-star Do Huang. There was a huge gap between 6 stars and 7 stars. At that time, Ning Qi's fighting strength would once again soar. Thinking of this, Ning Qi hurriedly extended his nose and sniffed the Tsangshan Snow Green on Dongfang Haojie's hand. However, he discovered that his experience did not increase and the system did not give any notification. The effect of the Tsangshan Snow Green can only be used once. Dongfang Haojie teasingly looked at Ning Qi and said with a smile. After which, he slowly sipped the tea. No wonder this fellow's cultivation did not fluctuate. So it was like this. Ning Qi was a little disappointed. Chapter 481. Chapter 481 of HAS True, First Stage War God Body. You've raised a dragon? The dragon that could transform was either a rank 7 dragon, had a secret technique of the clan, or had an extremely high bloodline, Ning Qi said in surprise. At the same time, he was also shocked because when he wanted to check the dragon's attributes, there were only question marks. This was the first time such a thing had happened. In the past, there would at least be a name and origin. At this moment, the dragon flew in front of the two and turned into a woman again. Her face was painted with powder, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. Judging from her figure, it could be said that she was extremely beautiful. The woman slowly half-knelt in front of the two and said in a low voice, "This servant greets master. And get up. You can leave first." Dongfang Haojie nodded lightly and waved his hand. "Yes, master." The woman stood up, glanced at Ning Qi, then left the backyard with the others under the guidance of the old eunuch. "Do you know the origin of this woman?" Dongfang Haojie said with a faint smile. "Brother Dongfang, don't keep me guessing. Tell me quickly." Ning Qi said. "This woman is called Ancient Ing." Dongfang Haojie said with a smile. Ning Qi's eyes slightly changed, and he was a little shocked. One of the 3 great dragon clans, the Ancient Dragon Clan? How could a descendant of the Ancient Dragon Clan be an actor under Dongfang Haojie? Why was she so respectful to Dongfang Haojie? Moreover, why couldn't he see through her attributes? Was it because she was one of the 3 great dragon clans? Hundreds of years ago, the Ancient Dragon Clan was not one of the 3 great dragon clans. At that time, the 3 great dragon clans were Ju-gu, Tian-gu, and Hell. Later, the diabolical dragon clan fought with our Jiuzhou Empire and suffered heavy losses. The Ancient Dragon Clan took advantage of the situation and became one of the 3 great dragon clans. This woman is indeed a descendant of the Ancient Dragon Clan, but she is an abandoned dragon. Dongfang Haojie said. So there is such an illusion. What is the meaning of abandoned dragon? Ning Qi asked. Due to certain reasons, they were banished by our race. These dragons are the abandoned dragons. They will no longer be taken care of by our race. Even if the human race slaughters them in front of their race, they will not be avenged. These are the abandoned dragons, Dongfang Haojie said lightly. This abandonment is simply too thorough. No wonder she is willing to be an actor under Dongfang Haojie. A dragon is not welcomed by her own race, and the human race hates the dragon race. The probability of such an abandoned dragon surviving is too low. Dongfang Haojie said, there are a total of 9 abandoned dragons in the capital. I picked her up when I was doing a mission outside. In the capital, only a small number of people have seen her and seen her performance. If it wasn't for the beauty calming pill, you wouldn't have seen her. Tisk, Ningqi curled his lips. Don't doubt me. Countless people want to obtain an abandoned dragon. They want to study the true secrets of the dragon clan's bloodline and fuse it into their own bloodline, allowing their cultivation to rise to the next level. However, the abandoned dragon they obtained is only an ordinary dragon clan member. So, its true value is worth 100 mansions like mine. Dongfang Haojie sneered. I guess Dongfang Haojie doesn't know that there are secrets on this ancient desolate Ying's body. Even the system can't see her attribute. It should be because the system doesn't want me to see her attribute. Is it because she has something that can help me and allow my cultivation to soar? So the system has hidden her attributes? Ningqi mused in his heart. In such a short period of time, you are already a 6-star Do Huang. How about it? Are you interested in a match? Dongfang Haojie smiled. Ningqi temporarily put away the doubts in his heart and smiled at Dongfang Haojie. I couldn't ask for more. His war god body also needed an opponent to temper it. The two of them began to fight in the backyard. Dongfang Haojie didn't give Ningqi any face and knocked him to the ground again and again. Not enough. Your strength is not enough. Don't show mercy. Boom. Still not enough. Boom. Brother Dongfang, did you not eat? Boom. This won't do. I don't want to compete with you with such strength. Boom. 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 Dongfang Haojie kept beating Ningqi. His eyes were filled with anger because of Ningqi's provocation. However, what shocked him the most was that Ningqi was actually smiling as he was being beaten by him. Is he that kind of person? Dongfang Haojie stopped in shock and suspiciously looked at Ningqi. According to what he knew, there was a kind of person who liked to be beaten by others. This way they would feel great pleasure. Could it be that Ningqi was this kind of person? Why aren't you beating me anymore? Ningqi innocently looked at Dongfang Haojie. Under Dongfang Haojie's beating, his pseudo-first Duan war god body began to become stronger after reaching its peak. At this rate, Ningqi would probably only need to fight for 3 days and 3 nights to reach the first Duan. At that time, the strength of Ningqi's physical body would increase by about 10%. This 10% was not ordinary. After his physical body had been tempered by the dragon elephant Prajna art, it was estimated that it was not much weaker than Dongfang Haojie. This 10% increase was a huge improvement. Do you like being beaten by others? Dongfang Haojie hesitated for a moment before asking. Yes, I really like it. Ningqi nodded. Dongfang Haojie waved his sleeves and left, as if he couldn't bear to look at Ningqi again. It wasn't until Ningqi chased after him and asked for the reason did he know that Dongfang Haojie had misunderstood. Ningqi explained it to him. Oh, so it's because your cultivation method needs it. You should have said so earlier. Dongfang Haojie sighed in relief. It was rare for him to become friends with Ningqi. If Ningqi was really that kind of person, he really didn't know how to get along with Ningqi. Since he knew the truth, Dongfang Haojie didn't show any mercy and directly beat Ningqi for 3 days and 3 nights. This scene was seen by many servants in the mansion. The way they looked at Ningqi was the same as the way Dongfang Haojie looked at him. Dongfang Haojie naturally wouldn't explain to the servants, and Ningqi was even more disinclined to explain to them. So after 3 days, Ningqi had already become that kind of person in the eyes of the servants. When Dongfang Haojie punched Ning Qi and sent him flying, a golden light suddenly appeared on Ning Qi's body. Finally, this golden light gradually entered Ning Qi's 7 apertures and disappeared into his body. My goodness, my strength really increased by more than 10%. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining true first-level war god body. HP increased by 10,000. The system's prompt sounded. Ning Qi already knew that his HP would increase, but he didn't expect it to increase by so much. The first layer of Dragon Elephant Prajna art only increased his HP by 100. However, the Dragon Elephant Prajna art's growth rate was 10 times higher with each layer. The war god's body was only a peak-grade heaven-ranked martial technique. The amount of HP it provided should be much weaker than the Dragon Elephant Prajna art. However, the true use of the war god's body lay in defense. Bang! Ning Qi fell heavily on the ground in a half-kneeling position. His feet sunk deep into the soil. Dongfang Haojie was surprised to find that Ning Qi's aura was completely different from before. It seemed to vaguely carry the aura of an emperor. How is this possible? At this time, Ning Qi stood up and smiled at Dongfang Haojie. Brother Dongfang, thank you for your help. Ning Qi smiled and that aura disappeared. Dongfang Haojie thought it was just his misconception and no longer worried about it. Continue? Chapter 482. Chapter 482 INTRODUCTION Imperial Colosseum. More than 20 days passed in a flash. Ning Qi discovered that the cultivation of the war god's physique was the same as the Dragon Elephant Prajna art. It was very simple and fast at the beginning, but towards the end, the progress became very slow. After he successfully cultivated the true level 1 war god's physique, he had only cultivated the true level 2 war god's physique in the last 10 days. According to this speed, the third stage would only take half a year, and the fourth stage would take 3 to 5 years. Your cultivation technique is very unique. When Ning Qi advanced to the true second stage war god body, Dongfang Haojie once again saw a flash of Emperor Qi. Why, do you want to learn? I can accept you as my disciple. Ning Qi smiled. Scram. Dongfang Haojie rolled his eyes. Dongfang Haojie, the competition is starting today. Why haven't you gone yet? Are you afraid of the young prince? Don't be a coward inside. That's a disgrace to the royal family. Dongfang Haojie, did you hear that? Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the door. Dongfang Haojie's expression changed slightly, and a trace of anger flashed through his eyes. He and Ning Qi walked to the gate and found that their guards were confronting a group of people. Ning Qi scanned their attributes and found that each of them was the son of an official, the son of a prince, or the son of a grand tutor. In any case, they were all descendants of nobles in the Nine States Empire, similar to Huang Fu Tao and the others in the Qin Tang Empire. Dongfang Haojie, you finally came out. Ha ha ha, I thought you didn't dare to come out. After the leading youth saw Dongfang Haojie, he laughed provocatively. They were not afraid of Dongfang Haojie. After all, each of their family background was very deep. Even if Dongfang Haojie was a third-rank embroidered eunuch, he would not dare to deal with them. Fei Yuan, do you really think that I won't dare to attack you? Dongfang Haojie coldly stared at the young man. A faintly discernible killing intent was emitted from his body and locked onto the young man. A trace of panic flashed across Fei Yuan's face. What was going on? In the past, when they ridiculed Dongfang Haojie, nothing happened. Why did Dongfang Haojie seem to have changed into a different person today? What do you want to do? The young prince is still waiting for you. Fei Yuan stuttered. Dongfang Haojie chuckled and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Then, he said to Ning Qi, let's go. Yes. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. In the Empire's arena, most of the people in Beijing had come. The 100,000 seats were practically filled, and the place was bustling with activity. There was no space left. The people who sat at the very front were the prodigies from the great clans, but they were basically people who were ranked beyond the top 300 on the dragon rank. Only a few of them could enter the top 200. The rest were either not in Beijing or in isolation. These are just ordinary seats. There were some exclusive seats at a high place. Currently, the people sitting on them were the elders of the various large clans. All of them were dozongs. At this moment, they were surrounding a group of young men who were repeatedly flattering them. These young men were like Dongfang Haojie, existences on the man ranking. Some of them were even ranked higher than Dongfang Haojie. Big Brother, being able to see Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng's fight today might have given us some inspiration for our cultivation. Duan Juandi smiled as he transmitted his voice to Duan Juntian. At this moment, the three Duan brothers were also sitting in the ordinary seats. In front of them sat Duan Minglong and the other proud disciples of the Divine Dragon Marquis Palace. Yes. Duan Juantian's eyes also revealed a trace of anticipation. In the past, Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng's small fights could not be seen at all. Now it was obvious that they were going to fight to the death. This was the most suitable time for people to observe and learn. As long as they could learn even a little bit, it would be of great help to the cultivation of these Dowangs. In the fighting arena there was another place that was very conspicuous. There were many guards standing around this place, each of them emitting a trace of Dozong's aura. Among the Dozongs there were two children, a boy and a girl, and an old man. The old man's face was pale and beardless, and he looked at the two little fellows dotingly. "Eunuch Yu, do you think Dongfang can win?" the little boy asked in a serious manner. He looked very serious and precocious, but he was only 6 or 7 years old. The little girl, who was 1 or 2 years younger than him, was also looking at Yu Rujin with big bright eyes. A trace of worry flashed in Yu Rujin's eyes, but he smiled brightly in front of the two children and said, 18th Prince, 19th Princess, that boy Dongfang is very strong. He will definitely win. That's great. The 19th Princess clapped her hands happily. The 18th Prince was obviously very happy, but he only showed a reserved smile. Seeing this, Yu Rujin thought to herself, the 18th Prince's bearing is much stronger than that of the other princes. It's a pity that he is not a legitimate son. Otherwise, the throne of the Jiuzhou Empire would be his. On the Wu Imperial Mansion's grandstand, Wu Lingfeng stood against the wind, his clothes fluttering. Around him were many servants, including a few younger brothers and sisters. "Big brother, it's almost noon, but Dongfang Haojie hasn't arrived yet. Is he afraid? He knows that you just came out of the dragon field and your cultivation has greatly increased, so he doesn't dare to fight?" a 14 or 15-year-old boy asked in a low voice. Of course, eunuchs know how to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. They don't care about face at all. If he doesn't come today, at most, he will be scolded for a few days. If he comes, he will definitely die in the hands of Big Brother. He will die in the fighting arena, and the Emperor will not be able to say anything. Another little girl said coldly, and a hint of ferociousness appeared at the corner of her mouth. Wu Lingfeng smiled faintly and did not answer. The people on the ordinary grandstand were also a little anxious. Why hasn't Dongfang Haojie come yet? Is it possible that he is afraid? What should I do? I bet 1,000 lower spiritual crystals in the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion that Dongfang Haojie will win. If he doesn't come, won't my spiritual crystals be in vain? Oh boy, you've made a fortune recently? When will you pay me back the 100 lower spiritual crystals you owe me last time? Well, let's not talk about this now. Will Dongfang Haojie come or not? If he doesn't come, I will go to the gate of his mansion and scold him. 100,000 people discussed. Although each of them was very low, when they gathered together, it formed a buzzing sound that could be heard by Dongfang Haojie and Ning Qi, who were about to arrive. Brother Dongfang, you are too late. Someone is dissatisfied. Ning Qi smiled. We agreed to go at noon, so I will go in at noon. Dongfang Haojie smiled faintly. It's almost time. Everyone looked down at the shadows under their feet. When their shadows overlapped, it would be noon. If Dongfang Haojie did not come by then, it would be regarded as a forfeit. Soon. 10 breaths. 7 breaths. 3 breaths. 1 coming. Look. Dongfang Haojie and Ning Qi flew into the fighting arena and stood in the air. Hey, who is that guy next to him? I don't know, I have never seen him before. How could it be him? Chapter 483. One move. Dongfang Haojie glanced at the crowd and finally fixed his eyes on Yu Rujin. The two nodded, then Dongfang Haojie said to Ning Qi, Wait for me there. There? Oh okay. Brother Dongfang, you can do it. Ning Qi cheered Dongfang Haojie on with a smile, then flew toward Yu Rujin. The guards on the spectator stand looked at Ning Qi cautiously, but Yu Rujin said slowly, Move aside, he is little Dongfang's friend. Yes, eunuch Yu. These Do Zong level guards nodded extremely respectfully and moved aside. However, their eyes were still cautiously looking at Ning Qi. They were afraid that he would do something detrimental to the little prince and little princess. That guy went to the imperial spectator stand? Oh, could he be a eunuch from the imperial palace? Otherwise, why would he come here with Dongfang Haojie? It's possible. The crowd thought they were right, so they no longer paid attention to Ning Qi. However, Duan Minglong and the others were still shocked. Isn't this guy an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect? Why would he be friends with Dongfang Haojie and go to the imperial spectator stand? Duan Juntian looked at Ning Qi's back with a pale face. Big brother, let's not provoke this guy in the future. I can't see through him anymore. I could see that he is a king of fighters, but now Duan Juntian shook his head. Duan Juntian finally realized that he could not see through Ning Qi's cultivation. A trace of shock flashed through his eyes, then he smiled desolately and lowered his head. Duan Minglong looked at Ning Qi's back coldly. His expression was even worse than Duan Juntian's. He did not even have the right to talk to a genius like Dongfang Haojie, but Ning Qi seemed to have a good relationship with him. You must be eunuch Yu. I am Ning Qi, an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Brother Dongfang has mentioned you before. Ning Qi cupped his hands at Yu Rujin respectfully. Yu Rujin looked at Ning Qi from head to toe, and a trace of satisfaction flashed through her eyes. She nodded and said, Yes, I am Yu Rujin. Since Dongfang has mentioned me before, you naturally know who I am. These two are the 18th prince and the 19th princess. Oh, nice to meet you, 18th prince and 19th princess. The 18th prince nodded calmly. The 19th princess looked at Ning Qi curiously and asked in a childish voice, Are you a friend from the east? Are you also an expert on the ranking list of young masters? What's your ranking? The 18th prince said indifferently, I know all the experts on the mortal ranking. There is no one like him. Furthermore, the outer sect disciples of the Cloud Rising sect cannot even enter the dragon ranking, much less the mortal ranking. After that, he looked at Yu Rujin, as if he wanted to know whether what he said was true or not. Yu Shijin nodded. The 18th prince smiled faintly, but Ning Qi noticed the pride in his eyes. Big brother, you're amazing. The 19th princess looked at her brother in admiration. The 18th prince felt proud once more. Take a seat. Yu Shijin called out to Ning Qi. Ning Qi nodded, then shook his head and said, I'll stand with these big brothers. I'll be able to see more clearly this way. After speaking, he walked to the side of the group of guards and stood there, looking at Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng. The two of them had been standing in the air for a while, but neither of them made the first move. Dongfang Haojie, are you ready for today? Wu Lingfeng smiled faintly. Ready for what? Dongfang Haojie smiled. To become a dead eunuch. Wu Lingfeng chuckled. Unfortunately, he did not achieve his goal. Dongfang Haojie's expression was still indifferent, without the slightest hint of anger. "You've really improved a lot." Wu Lingfeng's eyes revealed a trace of vigilance. Originally, he thought that he would definitely win, but at this moment, his heart was in a mess. It was because Dongfang Haojie was too calm, so calm that he didn't have a trace of confidence. Why hasn't the little prince made his move yet? Fei Yuan was a bit anxious. He wanted to see Dongfang Haojie's defeat so that he would have the chance to mock Dongfang Haojie and vent his anger. "Big brother Fei Yuan, don't worry. The little prince is testing Dongfang Haojie. No matter what, Dongfang Haojie is ranked higher than the little prince on the ranking list." A youth who was 1 or 2 years younger than Fei Yuan comforted him with a smile. "The little prince's strength has far surpassed Dongfang Haojie. The ranking list will be reset today. There should be people from the Bai Shao clan in the martial arena now," another person said. At this moment, Wu Lingfeng and Dongfang Haojie moved at the same time. Everyone looked at the two of them with anticipation and excitement. "Dongfang Haojie, try the peerless martial skill that I've comprehended in Long Yu. Earth Destruction Palm." Wu Lingfeng let out a wild laugh. He thrust his palm forward, and from the center of his palm, a pale golden dou qi surged out, condensing into an incomparably huge palm. Everyone felt the sky and earth darken. In the next moment, their hearts started to beat violently, and a feeling of uneasiness arose in their hearts. What a terrifying palm technique! Did Wu Lingfeng comprehend it himself? Those dou zongs were shocked and jealous at the same time. Why did Wu Lingfeng get the chance to go to Long Yu? If they were the ones who went, the benefits they would receive would be much greater than Wu Lingfeng's. After all, Wu Lingfeng's aptitude was only above average among these people. He was far from being the best. Is this the power of a dou zong? I feel that it's more terrifying than facing a dou zun. Those ordinary dou zongs revealed a horrified expression. So powerful! Duan Minglong looked at the huge golden palm in the sky in shock. "Little Dongfang, it's dangerous." A trace of worry flashed in Yu Rujin's eyes. The 18th prince still looked like a little adult with a serious face. No one knew what he was thinking. "Ah, Dongfang Haojie, you're dead. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant." Fei Yuan laughed wildly and blurted out, not caring about the looks of the people around him. On the stand of the Wu Imperial Mansion. Big brother won. The little prince won. Wu Lingfeng's younger brother and sister and the elders of the Wu Imperial Mansion all showed gratified smiles. Did my spiritual crystals go to waste? Seeing that Dongfang Haojie didn't fight back as if he was scared out of his wits, many people thought unwillingly. When everyone thought that Dongfang Haojie was going to be defeated, Dongfang Haojie made his move. He put his hands together and his fingers moved as fast as a phantom. At this time, only Yu Rujin's face showed shock. Soon after, several thousand golden swords condensed from battle chi suddenly appeared behind Dongfang Haojie. Like lightning, they shattered the huge golden palm. Then, without losing any momentum, they bombarded Wu Lingfeng's body. Wu Lingfeng's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. At the critical moment, he only had enough time to protect his vitals, but he was still heavily injured. Like a bird with broken wings, he heavily smashed into the center of the arena. One move, instant kill. Chapter 484. An unexpected disaster. What kind of martial arts technique is this? Wu Lingfeng was killed in a second. How is this possible? Many people's faces became extremely ugly, especially the elders of the multi-treasure pavilion. This time, they estimated that they would lose 2 or 3 years' worth of profits. How could this be? Fei Yuan stared at this scene, dumbfounded. He didn't want to believe it. Wu Lingfeng was defeated? Why did he mock Dongfang Haojie like that? Thinking of this, Fei Yuan couldn't help but tremble. Wu Lingfeng's younger brother and sister, the elders and servants of the Imperial Wu Mansion, were all in disbelief. They quickly ran to the front of the stand to see how Wu Lingfeng's injury was. Why did the Dongfang family's demon slayer sword pass on to little Dongfang? Eunuch Yu looked at Dongfang Haojie and had a deep doubt. The demon slayer sword was the supreme martial arts technique of the Dongfang family. In some cases, it had even greatly surpassed the ordinary heaven-level martial arts technique. It could cause great harm to both the human and the dragon clan. It was a secret that could not be passed on. Only the true direct descendants of the Dongfang family in each generation could learn it. However, little Dongfang was only a branch of the Dongfang family and was not well received in the family. His uncle and aunt were extremely bad to him. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to the imperial palace to be a eunuch. When little Dongfang showed his excellent cultivation talent, the Dongfang family reacted. But it was too late. The Dongfang family would not accept a crippled person. Thinking of this, Yu Rujin couldn't help shaking his head. He couldn't figure out how Dongfang Haojie learned the demon slayer sword that only the direct descendants could practice. Puff! Wu Lingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up from the ground with difficulty. Then, he found that his body was empty and he could not feel a trace of fighting energy. Wu Lingfeng was shocked. He quickly looked down at his dantian and saw that there was a bleeding wound where his dantian was. His original dantian seemed to have been shattered. Dongfang Haojie, how dare you destroy my dantian? Wu Lingfeng faced the sky and roared in pain. He looked at Dongfang Haojie with hatred. At this moment, he wished he could peel off his skin, tear apart his bones, swallow his flesh, and crush his bones. His monstrous hatred made everyone present feel a bone-piercing chill. Wu Lingfeng's cultivation was destroyed? Things have gotten out of hand this time. Some of the heavens chosen Do Zong's frowned, while a few others revealed gloating expressions. When Fei Yuan heard this, he slumped into his seat powerlessly. He was the #1 follower of Wu Lingfeng. He had once used Wu Lingfeng's name to bully countless geniuses like Duan Minglong. It could be said that he had made countless enemies among the nobles. Now that Wu Lingfeng's cultivation was crippled, it meant that he had lost his backing. What awaited him in the future would be a torrential revenge, right? While everyone was shocked by the fact that Wu Lingfeng's cultivation was crippled, and the people of the martial imperial manor all rushed towards the arena, a terrifying aura pierced through the air. In an instant, a middle-aged man with an ashen face appeared beside Wu Lingfeng. The middle-aged man was more than 9 feet tall and had a stocky build. He had a pair of thick eyebrows and big eyes. He looked to be in his early 40s. He quickly reached out and touched Wu Lingfeng's body a few times before stuffing an elixir into his mouth. "Father, this damn eunuch destroyed my dantian." Wu Lingfeng hugged the middle-aged man and burst into tears. After his dantian was destroyed, he had lost all his shrewdness. "Lord Wu." Yu Rujin stood up and smiled faintly at the middle-aged man. Lord Wu glanced at Yu Rujin, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. He then looked at Dongfang Haojie, who was slowly landing on the ground, gnashed his teeth and said, "You destroyed the bloodline of the imperial Wu mansion. I will report this to the emperor and let him make a decision. If you break your own meridians and shatter your dantian now, maybe you can keep your life. Otherwise, the imperial Wu mansion will not rest until you are dead." Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The imperial Wu mansion would not rest until they were dead? These words were almost a death sentence for Dongfang Haojie. Dongfang Haojie was only a third-rank embroidered eunuch. This status could not be compared to the imperial Wu mansion, which had been passed down since the founding of the country. Of course, if the Dongfang family recognized Dongfang Haojie as a disciple, it would be a different story. Unfortunately, the Dongfang family would not recognize a eunuch. "Lord Wu, your words are too serious. Before this battle, both sides should have considered the consequences of a small fight between the younger generation." Yu Rujin, together with the 18th prince and the 19th princess, flew to Lord Wu and smiled faintly. At the same time, almost all the dozongs flew over. They wanted to take a closer look at Wu Lingfeng's injuries and see if his dantian had really been crippled. They also wanted to join in the fun and see how King Wu would handle this matter. Seeing this, Ning Qi also followed. What eunuch you said is very reasonable. The 18th prince nodded faintly. Greetings, 18th prince. King Wu casually bowed to the 18th prince, which made the 18th prince frown. Unfortunately, King Wu didn't care about him at all. Instead, he looked at Yu Rujin and said coldly, "Although there are casualties in battles, I would rather he die in the arena than have his dantian destroyed on purpose and become a piece of trash. This is a provocation to the martial imperial manner." Do you really think that the martial imperial manner has been silent for the past few decades, that we are declining? On purpose? Everyone looked at Wu Lingfeng's body. Sure enough, the wound was right in the middle of his dantian. As for the other wounds on his body, they coincidentally avoided all the vital parts. Wu Wangya was right, Dongfang Haojie had done this on purpose. Yu Rujin also knew this. Her eyes moved slightly, and she smiled at Lord Wu. "Lord Wu, don't worry. With this kind of injury, the young prince can be saved if he is lucky." He was right, but the probability of being lucky was too low, unless they could get some peerless panacea that had a miraculous effect in this area. You don't need to talk about this anymore. You can't protect that eunuch Dongfang Haojie. Lord Wu sneered. At this moment, Ning Qi happened to be concentrating on the wounds on Wu Lingfeng's body. When Wu Lingfeng saw Ning Qi, he became angry and growled, "What are you looking at?" Lord Wu immediately turned his gaze towards Ning Qi. An aura similar to that of the green-robed elder from the Cloud Rising sect instantly locked onto him. Ning Qi felt wronged. He just wanted to look at these wounds and calculate the power of Dongfang Haojie's move. "You're not from the capital," Lord Wu said coldly. Ning Qi nodded. "I'm an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect." Boom! The martial king instantly made his move and sent Ning Qi flying with a single palm strike. The crowd was taken aback and looked at the spot where Ning Qi had landed with pity in their eyes. Duan Juntian and the others, on the other hand, had a look of ecstasy in their eyes. Then, Lord Wu grabbed Wu Lingfeng, sneered at Yu Rujin and Dongfang Haojie, and prepared to leave. F***CKU. An angry roar came from behind them. Ning Qi got up in a sorry state, rubbed his chest, and looked at Lord Wu in anger. "He's not dead?" Chapter 485. A bronze puppet descending from the sky, he actually withstood Lord Wu's attack and did not die. The three Duan Juntian brothers, Duan Minglong, and the other disciples of the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, looked at Ning Qi in shock. Interesting, no wonder Dongfang Haojie is with this boy. His cultivation doesn't look as simple as it looked. The genius Dozongs narrowed their eyes at Ning Qi. Dongfang Haojie glanced at Ning Qi with a smile that wasn't a smile, then took a step forward. With his position, if King Wu wanted to act again, he would have to go through him first. As for Ning Qi's injuries, Dongfang Haojie really wasn't worried. After all, he had beaten Ning Qi for more than 20 days and knew how terrifying Ning Qi's body was. Damn it, if it weren't for my dragon elephant Prajna art being at the 5th stage, the earring that Elder Meng gave me that increased my HP by 200,000, and the war god's body, that palm just now would have sent me straight to heaven. Ning Qi cursed in his heart. It would have been fine if he had really mocked Wu Lingfeng. In all honesty, he was just looking at Wu Lingfeng's injuries. "What did you just scold me for?" King Wu looked at Ning Qi coldly. F***CKU. Ning Qi grinned. "No one has ever asked me to scold them a second time. You are the first." An incomparably violent aura surged out of King Wu's body and swept toward Ning Qi. When the others saw this, they hurriedly took dozens of steps back. They did not want to be implicated by Ning Qi. It should be known that King Wu was someone on the Earth ranking. Although his ranking was not very high, he was almost invincible among ordinary Dozuns. Dongfang Haojie took a step forward, wanting to block Wu Lingfeng's aura. As a result, he was sent flying. Dongfang Haojie, who could defeat Wu Lingfeng in one move, couldn't even block Wu Lingfeng's aura. At this moment, Yu Rujin smiled and extended her hand to block. The frightening aura that swept over instantly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Eunuch Yu, this boy humiliated me. What do you mean by this? Killing intent surged in King Wu's eyes. He knew that Yu Rujin's cultivation was much higher than his, but he still stared at Yu Rujin fiercely. This kid is a disciple of the Cloudrise sect after all. Killing him like this will be difficult to explain. How about this, Ning Qi? Apologize to King Wu and we'll let this matter go. Yu Rujin said with a faint smile. Apologize? Lord Wu laughed wildly and pointed at Yu Rujin's nose. Damned eunuch, who do you think you are? You're just a dog of the royal family. Just now, everyone heard who he was cursing. Don't you understand the relationship between my mother and His Majesty? Once these words came out, everyone immediately reacted. Indeed, although the Wu imperial manor had been passed down for dozens of generations, and did not have any direct bloodline relationship with the current emperor, the mother of the Wu imperial manor was the younger sister of the current emperor. Yu Rujin's expression changed slightly. With a wry smile, she stepped aside. Lord Wu let out a sinister laugh. At least you're tactful, you old turtle. Then, he walked towards Ningqi step by step. With every step he took, the world seemed to tremble. The faces of the 100,000 spectators in the stands were flushed with excitement. Their blood surged. They never thought that today, not only would they be able to see the battle between Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng, but they would also be able to see Lord Wu fight with their own eyes. Unfortunately, Lord Wu's opponent was too weak. He was no different from an ant, so it was impossible for anything spectacular to happen. This kid. Dongfang Haojie let out a wry smile. According to his previous personality, he would never face Lord Wu for Ningqi. However, when he thought of how Ningqi had helped him mend the defects in his body and gave him a new life, Dongfang Haojie walked straight towards Lord Wu. He planned to buy Ningqi sometime no matter what. Boom. Just as Dongfang Haojie was about to reach Lord Wu, a giant descended from the sky. This giant was more than 10 feet tall, and standing in front of the crowd, the pressure he gave off was even more terrifying than that of the Dragon Clan. His entire body emitted a bronze luster, and his cold eyes stared at Lord Wu. A terrifying aura emanated from the giant. The expressions of the spectators in the stands changed, and they all let out cries of surprise. What race is this? A demon beast in human form? Or a dragon in human form? How can its body be so huge? Could it be the legendary Titan descendant? Impossible, the Titan descendant went extinct millions of years ago. At that time, the Dragon Clan had not yet risen, so it was just food for the Titan descendant. Even the heaven's chosen Do Zong subconsciously retreated a few hundred feet. Finally, they simply returned to the stands. Only by putting some distance between them could they feel at ease. Eunuch Yu, what is this? The 18th prince looked at the bronze puppet in shock, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have seen a similar figure in an ancient book in the palace, but he could not remember it. This caused his small eyebrows to furrow into 3 thin lines. This old servant also doesn't know. Yu Rujin smiled bitterly and shook her head. She looked at the bronze puppet with incomparable vigilance. Lord Wu and Dongfang Haojie stopped at the same time. Dongfang Haojie looked at the bronze puppet with a trace of surprise in his eyes. How did it appear? With such a huge body, there is no reason that the capital's guards could not see it. Dongfang Haojie secretly said in his heart. This is... Lord Wu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. As for Wu Lingfeng, He stared at the bronze puppet with a dumbfounded expression. He vaguely felt a trace of unease. Just as everyone was shocked and doubtful, and secretly guessed the origin of the giant, they saw Ning Qi fly into the giant's mouth, as if there was no one else around. After seeing this scene, everyone suddenly became dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Ning Qi quickly flew to the side of the master recognition stone, and with a glance, he saw the groove that stored the power source. Then, Ning Qi took out the sky-splitting inner armor from the spatial bag, and without hesitation, took out the 2 inferior spiritual god stones on it. 1 for 10 minutes, 2 for 20 minutes, should be enough, Ning Qi murmured to himself, and then put the inferior spiritual god stones into the groove. Then, the system issued a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host's bronze puppet for obtaining 2 inferior spiritual god stones. Duration, 20 minutes. Outside the gladiator arena. That guy was eaten? No, he flew in by himself. Why don't I understand? Why is this giant not moving? Everyone had a look of deep doubt on their faces. Who are you? Lord Wu looked coldly at the bronze puppet and said indifferently. At this time, Yu Rujin had already brought the 18th prince and the 19th princess to a safe place. He ordered his subordinates to guard them, and he flew to Lord Wu's side, confronting the bronze puppet. Didn't Lord Wu want to kill me? You'll have to defeat me first. Chapter 486. Black Prison Gate. The speed of the bronze puppet's kick was extremely fast. When its foot landed, it created an extremely powerful whirlwind that engulfed the entire battle arena. Everyone felt their hair being blown by the wind. A trace of fury flashed across Prince Wu's eyes. He tossed Wu Lingfeng in the direction of his elder, after which, he let out a loud roar, leaped up, and violently smashed the foot of the bronze puppet. Bang! Flesh collided with metal, emitting a muffled buzzing sound. After which, the bronze puppet involuntarily took 2 to 3 steps back. Prince Wu was also sent flying to the ground by the enormous rebounding force. He only came to a stop after taking 7 to 8 steps back. His calves dug deep into the ground with each step. How powerful! Prince Wu is a 4-star Dozun, but he is able to fight this giant to a draw. I heard that Prince Wu was ranked in the top 500 of the previous ground ranking. Excluding the 9 great clans and the 3 great dragon tribes, there are less than 20 to 30 people who are stronger than him in the capital. An ordinary peak Dozun might not be able to easily defeat Prince Wu. In other words, this giant actually possesses the might of a peak Dozun? I'm afraid so. Just what is the background of that brat? He is merely a 6-star Dohuang, yet he actually possesses such a powerful ally. It seems that the ally even listens to him. He just said that he is an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. How is this possible? If a mere outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect possesses such might, it is likely that the Cloud Rising sect would no longer be one of the 36 top sections. Instead, it would be on the same level as the 9 top clans. The audience in the viewing gallery whispered to each other as they discussed softly. Some were shocked, some were frowning, and some were gloating. This giant actually possesses such divine strength. Can he fight father to a draw? The 14 to 15-year-old lady from the Wu Imperial Mansion spoke with some shock. At this moment, the rest of the crowd subtly glanced at Wu Lingfeng. The young man who was extremely obedient in front of Wu Lingfeng before, Wu Lingfeng's second brother, now had a flash of joy in his eyes. He didn't care about the battle in front of him. He only knew that his big brother was now a cripple, so the martial imperial manor would place more emphasis on training him. In the future, it wouldn't be impossible for him to inherit the martial king's position. Wu Lingfeng forcibly endured his injuries. When he saw this scene, he finally couldn't take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. He didn't see the various expressions of his younger brother and sister. The elders hurriedly supported him and channeled battle qi into Wu Lingfeng's body to stabilize his injuries. At the same time, they anxiously looked at King Wu. "Master, you must win." Today, Wu Lingfeng was crippled, which had a great impact on the reputation of the martial imperial manor. If His Highness did not achieve a good result after today, the martial imperial manor would become the main character of the capital. Lord Wu looked at the bronze puppet apprehensively. His hand, which was resting on his back, was trembling slightly. What frightening strength! He knew that the opponent's body was huge, so its strength was naturally terrifying. Just this point alone gave the opponent the advantage. At this moment, streams of light appeared in the sky one after another. Finally, these streams of light turned into figures that stood above the arena. Divine Dragon Marquis? Heaven's Sword Marquis? They've also come. Yu Rujin narrowed her eyes as she looked at the group of people. There were 7 or 8 people who had come, and they were all marquis from the various marquis residences in the capital. Their cultivations were all above the Dozong level, ranging from 1-star to 3-star Dozun. Clearly, they had received a message from their family's juniors, which was why they had rushed over. Among them, Heaven's Sword Marquis was in charge of one of the 4 great gates of the capital, the Northern Gate. When he saw this giant, his expression became somewhat ugly. Such a person had appeared in the capital without a sound, and he, Heaven's Sword Marquis, had not sensed it. If the Emperor blamed him, he would have to bear at least a quarter of the responsibility. Even a quarter of the responsibility was not something he could bear. So many marquis. Haha, the ticket this time was worth it. Those fellows who didn't come will definitely regret it tomorrow. The spectators in the stands gradually became excited. Their hearts were filled with anticipation for the next change in the situation. The Patriarch has also come. Duan Minglong and the others revealed joyful expressions. Who are you? Heaven's Sword Marquis's figure flashed and he flew in front of the bronze puppet. He coldly asked. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes. Although he had just arrived, he had more or less determined the strength of the bronze puppet based on the footsteps of the Marquis and the message from the juniors. You've come at the right time. Capture this demon and the brat on his shoulder. King Wu roared. The expressions of the Divine Dragon Marquis and the others changed slightly. Their status and cultivation were much lower when compared to the Wu Wangye. However, they were not under the jurisdiction of the Wu Wangye. At this moment, the Wu Wangye was using a superior tone to order them, who were also Dozuns. This caused them to feel displeased. Only Heaven's Sword Marquis had a different opinion. The Heaven's Sword Marquis Mansion was a subsidiary of the Martial King Mansion, and Heaven's Sword Marquis had always been one of King Wu's men. After hearing his order, he immediately shouted at the crowd, "Did you all hear that? This demon has entered the capital without permission. According to the law, he should be executed. Are you all not afraid of the Emperor's punishment?" When the Divine Dragon Marquis and the others heard the words Emperor, they were slightly startled. They unwillingly flew to Heaven's Sword Marquis's side and stood beside him. Then, they looked at the bronze puppet and coldly said, "Sir, just surrender. If there is a misunderstanding, it is enough to resolve it. Otherwise, your life will be in danger." Including King Wu, Ning Qi and the bronze puppet now had to face 8 Dozuns. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. "Eunuch Yu, are we not going to intervene in this matter?" The 18th prince frowned. Yu Rujin faintly said, "This brat spoke arrogantly just now. Although this old servant wants to intervene, I'm afraid that the Emperor will blame us. Let's wait and see." In the eyes of the 18th prince, although he looked down on Ning Qi's cultivation, he had always believed that life and death were fated in the fighting arena. It was unreasonable for King Wu to save his son, Wu Lingfeng, when he was injured. After that, he suddenly attacked Dongfang Haojie's friend. This was clearly revenge. "He is dead for sure. He he he, No matter how strong this giant is, there will only be more and more experts coming. He will definitely die under the attacks of so many Dozuns. Duan Junjin laughed coldly. Duan Juntian and Duan Junhong also revealed a happy smile when they heard this. Duan Minglong, who was sitting in front, moved his ears slightly. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he said with a faint smile, "I'm afraid he will be convicted as a spy." Everyone was slightly startled when they heard this. After which, they came to a sudden understanding and nodded their heads. That's right. This giant obviously did not enter the capital through the 4 main city gate. Then how did he come here? Naturally, they needed the constables of the Black Prison sect of the 9 Provinces Empire to interrogate him. There was a nursery rhyme in the capital: "It is better to barge into the throne room than to enter the Black Prison sect." The throne room was the place where the emperor handled his affairs. As for the Black Prison sect, it was in charge of the punishments of the 9 provinces. Sometimes, even the emperor could not interfere with certain procedures. The bronze puppet naturally could not answer the Heaven Sword Marquis's question. Chapter 487. Dark Knight Prison. Ning Qi only wanted to say 3 words to the Sky Sword Marquis, and that was, F*CKU. Without a second word, he directly accused himself of assassinating a king of the 9-province empire? Ning Qi knew that he couldn't bear this accusation for the time being. "Don't think that you'll be fine if you don't say anything. Everyone, let's take down this monster first." The Sky Sword Marquis saw that Ning Qi didn't say anything and his face instantly turned cold. At this time, the Martial Marquis had already flown in front of them and was the first to attack the bronze puppet. The Divine Dragon Marquis and the others saw this and could only follow. Ning Qi's reaction was extremely fast. When the Martial Marquis flew towards him, he knew that the Martial Marquis wanted to kill him first, so Ning Qi's figure flashed and he hid in the bronze puppet's mouth. Damn it! Seeing this, the Martial Marquis could only punch the bronze puppet. His fist was covered in golden battle chi, and as he punched out, the crowd seemed to hear the roar of a dragon and a tiger. The Martial Imperial Mansion's low-grade heaven-ranked martial technique, Dragon Tiger Fist. The spectators in the stands were pleasantly surprised. The Sky Sword Marquis used a sword technique. In his hand, a sword that flickered with a faint blue light appeared. It was a low-grade heaven-ranked battle weapon. After that, he stabbed his sword at the bronze puppet. Not only did this sword condense 80% of his do chi, but it also carried a strong sword intent. This sword intent caused everyone present to tremble with fear. Sky Sword Technique. The spectators went wild with joy once again. Then, the Divine Dragon Marquis and the other Marquis all displayed their famous skills, dazzling the crowd and making them cry out in satisfaction. These attacks landed on the bronze puppet almost at the same time. Boom! Boom! The bronze puppet was forced to retreat step by step until it was near the spectators' stands. Only then was it stopped by a mysterious restriction of the arena, and it was unable to retreat another step. Some cracks had already appeared on its body. Counterattack! Ning Qi loudly roared. The bronze puppet roared towards the sky, sending Martial Monarch flying with a single punch. Then, it charged towards the Heaven Sword Marquis. Although its body was huge, its speed was not slow. The bronze puppet's fighting style was similar to Ning Qi's. It simply didn't care about the attacks that landed on its body. It didn't have any intention of dodging or defending. Instead, it attacked in a frenzy towards the Martial Lord and the others. In the short span of 3 breaths, the two sides had already exchanged over 100 blows. The spectators in the stands felt their blood boiling as they watched. They now had a new view of the bronze puppet's strength. This fellow doesn't seem to be a living creature. Finally, everyone saw some clues, but they were still uncertain. Dongfang Haojia looked at the bronze giant with a trace of doubt and curiosity in his eyes. He also wanted to know what this thing was. Suddenly, a light flashed in Dongfang Haojia's mind. Could it be the puppet technique? His eyes were filled with disbelief. The puppet technique occasionally appeared in Dongxian, but they were all very ordinary half-puppets that were combined with modern refining technique. It was impossible to create an authentic puppet that was extremely similar to a real person. The giant in front of him, apart from its somewhat bronze skin, looked like a real person from head to toe. Which demon dares to act so presumptuously in the capital? An angry roar came from the distant sky. This angry roar directly scattered the clouds in the sky. Everyone in the capital raised their heads one after another, their faces revealing a look of surprise. Jean suddenly stood up, her face gloomy as she looked at the figure that appeared in the sky above the arena. It's here again, it's here again. The spectators on the stands raised their heads and looked at the newcomer. At the same time, they exclaimed in their hearts. At the same time, in the corner, a woman with an indifferent expression flashed in her eyes when she saw who the newcomer was. This woman was none other than a disciple of the Ding family, Ding Ling, who guarded the Misty Tower. The newcomer was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. His expression was cold, and his eyes swept across the crowd like a sharp blade. Finally, his gaze stopped on the bronze puppet. It's the constable of the Black Jail sect. Everyone's faces revealed a trace of shock. Those who had been discussing in low voices could not help but shut their mouth. For a moment the arena was very quiet. Constable Jean flew into the air and smiled as she cupped her hands at the other party. Yi Mingyu glanced at Jean indifferently. A trace of disgust flashed in his eyes, but he did not return the greeting. Instead, he asked Lord Wu and the others, what happened? Heaven's Sword Marquis and the others looked at each other, then at Lord Wu. Lord Wu looked at Yi Mingyu, a trace of deep fear rising in his heart. He then explained the cause and effect of the matter. Of course, in Ning Qi's eyes, he was completely distorting the truth. Lord Wu, what you said is a bit too much. How could he have deliberately come to assassinate you? Dongfang Haojie could not help but say. Yi Mingyu fiercely looked at Dongfang Haojie. I am asking about Lord Wu. It has nothing to do with a third-rank eunuch like you. If you interrupt again, don't blame me for not giving you Jean face. Dongfang Haojie's face immediately darkened. He was extremely angry. However, in the eyes of the crowd, it was natural. Everyone knew that the Black Jail sect and the eunuchs in the palace did not get along, and they viewed each other as enemies. As expected, I'm afraid he will be captured and sent to the Black Jail sect. The corner of Duan Minglong's mouth curled up slightly. Duan Juntian and his brothers were also extremely happy. Only Duan Lingmei's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Duan Juntian happened to see this scene and could not help but clench his fists tightly. At this moment, Wu Lingfeng had also woken up with the help of the elders. An elder in a low voice told him what had happened when he had fainted. Wu Lingfeng's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Very well, once you enter the Black Jail sect, sooner or later, you will fall into my hands. Yi Mingyu looked at the bronze puppet and said indifferently, Come out, don't force me to attack. Ning Qi knew that he was talking to him. After thinking about it, he estimated that the opponent's cultivation should be at the Dosheng level, and the bronze puppet was no match for him. Ning Qi flew out of the mouth. Constable Yi, quickly kill him, Lord Wu said in a low voice. Yi Mingyu glanced at Lord Wu and said indifferently, Lord Wu, please do not interfere in the affairs of the Black Jail sect. Lord Wu's face darkened when he heard this. Yi Mingyu looked at Ning Qi and said, Follow me back to the Black Jail sect. Black Jail sect? What the hell? Ning Qi seemed to have never heard of this place, but from the attitude of Jean and Lord Wu, it was obvious that the Black Jail sect behind this guy was not a simple place. This kid and the giant will not be able to come out after being captured and sent to the Black Jail sect. Who asked a mere outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect to become enemies with Lord Wu and interfere in the matter between Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng? There's nothing to see. You're still not leaving? Yi Mingyu looked coldly at Ning Qi, and a frightening aura shot out of his eyes and bombarded Ning Qi's chest. Ning Qi spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded above everyone's heads. Chapter 488. Are you stupid? Elder Jin. Dongfang Haojie raised his head to look at the newcomer. That's right, Ning Qi seemed to know Elder Jin from the Celestial Mystery Institution. With him around, Ning Qi would not be captured by the Black Jail sect, and Lord Wu would not be able to do anything to Ning Qi. Many people did not recognize Elder Jin, so they did not know who the newcomer was. But Yu Shijin, Yi Mingyu, Lord Wu, and the others all revealed shocked expressions. Saint Jean, one of the 3 leaders of the Celestial Mystery Institution, knew this kid? Elder Jin. Yu Shijin and Yi Mingyu cupped their hands in greeting. The martial monarch, the Sky Sword Marquis, and the others hurriedly cupped their hands together in greeting. The remaining Heaven's chosen Dozongs also did the same. Seeing so many people greet the newcomer, the audience immediately felt suffocated. Just who was this person? Even the chief constable of the Black Jail sect was so respectful? Elder Jin ignored them and flew in front of Ning Qi with a face full of joy. He sized up the bronze puppet and shook Ning Qi's arm. Is this a puppet? Is it a puppet? Is it? Elder Jin, this is indeed a puppet. Ning Qi was dizzy from the shaking and quickly nodded in acknowledgement. This is an ancient puppet. It has been lost for countless years. I didn't expect to see one in your hands, I didn't expect. Elder Jin sighed and shook his head after receiving Ning Qi's confirmation. At the same time, he greedily sized up the bronze puppet. Ning Qi immediately felt a sense of danger. What was this old man trying to do? With this thought, Ning Qi stored the bronze puppet in the puppet space without hesitation. When Old Man Jin saw this, his expression changed slightly, and he was somewhat disappointed. It disappeared? What did I just hear? A puppet? Is there such a terrifying puppet in Dongxian? Even Lord Wu and the others could not take it down in a short time. Yi Mingyu already knew the origin of the giant. From this, it seemed that the giant's crime of sneaking into the capital was no longer valid. However, he remembered the keywords in Elder Jin's words. Puppet art. If the Black Jail sect could obtain this divine art, it would greatly increase the strength of the Black Jail sect. Thinking of this, Yi Mingyu spoke, Senior Jin, I suspect that this person is here to assassinate King Wu, so please hand him over to me to bring back to the Black Jail sect for interrogation. If he is innocent, the Black Jail sect will release him very soon. Old Man Jin froze for a moment, then looked at Yi Mingyu. Are you stupid? Yi Mingyu did not expect Old Man Jin to answer him like this, and his face turned pale. Many of them had a gloating look on their faces. After all, the reputation of the Black Jail sect was quite bad among the crowd. Senior Jin, although you are one of the Hall Masters of the Heavenly Mystery Institute, you have no right to interfere with the work of the Black Jail sect. Yi Mingyu said. You said he wants to assassinate this kid? Old Man Jin smiled and pointed at King Wu. King Wu's expression changed slightly. Although he was called a kid by Old Man Jin, he did not get angry. It was not that he did not want to, but he did not dare to. After all, Old Man Jin's experience in the capital was frighteningly old. His cultivation was also not revealed. Until now, no one knew what level Old Man Jin's cultivation had reached. It's just a suspicion, but in the capital, as long as it's a suspicion, the Black Jail sect has the right to detain him. Yi Mingyu said lightly, not giving Old Man Jin a chance to find any loopholes. His words were watertight. Senior Jin, it's actually like this. Dongfang Haojie spoke again. Yi Mingyu fiercely looked at Dongfang Haojie. Just as he was about to scold him, he saw that Old Man Jin was listening with interest. Thinking about it, Yi Mingyu swallowed his words back into his stomach. He didn't want to cause trouble in front of so many people. After listening to Dongfang Haojie, Old Man Jean looked at King Wu with a smile. Is it as little Dongfang said? Lord Wu was slightly taken aback when he saw Yi Mingyu looking at him coldly. Yi Mingyu's eyes were calm, but there seemed to be a hint of coercion in them. In the end, Lord Wu made a decision. That is indeed the case, but this brat suddenly released the puppet. I can't help but suspect that he is here to assassinate me. But since he is acquainted with Senior Jean, this must be a misunderstanding. My son is still injured, so I will not stay here any longer. After saying this, he turned around and returned to Wu Lingfeng's side. Carrying Wu Lingfeng, the people of the Imperial Wu Mansion hurriedly followed. Arrestor Yi, did you hear that? This is just a misunderstanding. Has the Black Jail sect been too free lately? If you have the time, why don't you go and find out what's going on next door? Old Man Jean smiled. Yi Mingyu's expression was somewhat ugly. He coldly glanced at Ning Qi, then snorted and turned to leave. Kid, the matter is settled. Come back to the Celestial Mystery Institute with me. I want to study your puppet. Old Man Jean dragged Ning Qi out of the arena without saying anything. The rest of the people were dumbfounded. They did not expect the situation to take such a turn in just a few dozen breaths' time. The guy they thought would definitely be captured and sent to the Black Jail sect actually knew one of the Academy Masters of the Celestial Mystery Institute. Not only did the Imperial Wu Mansion leave in fear, but Yi Mingyu also left after being reprimanded by Old Man Jean. Damn it! Why is he able to turn the situation around every time? Duan Juntian clenched his fists tightly as he let out an indignant roar in his heart. Duan Juandi and Duan Juanhong's expressions were ugly as well. When they saw that Duan Minglong's pale face had a hint of anger, they felt a little better. Fei Yuan, good luck in the future. The nobleman from the capital city who came with Fei Yuan left this sentence and quickly left the arena. Not only had Fei Yuan lost his backer, but he had also offended Dongfang Haojie and that mysterious guy. If he continued to hang out with him, he would inevitably get into trouble. Fei Yuan slumped on his seat and could not get up for a long time. Little Dongfang, where did that guy come from? How did he know Senior Jean? Moreover, their relationship seems to be quite deep. Yu Rujin looked at Dongfang Haojie and said solemnly. Dongfang Haojie stepped forward and whispered, Eunuch Yu, I'm not too sure about this. However, I have a special relationship with him. If you want to know more, I can bring him to see you. That's great. Yu Rujin nodded with satisfaction and suddenly asked, Are you really going to resign from your position as a grade 3 eunuch? Yes. Dongfang Haojie nodded firmly. If he was not afraid of bringing unnecessary trouble to Ning Qi, he would have told everyone that he was no longer a eunuch. Up to you, Yu Rujin smiled faintly and then left the arena with the 18th prince, the 19th princess, and the group of guards. The spectators on the spectators' stand also left the arena. They whispered to each other excitedly and expressed their thoughts. Chapter 489. Chapter 489, The WAR Soul Stone Heavenly Secret Institution. Old Man Jean pulled Ning Qi to the place where the dragon-slaying bullet was first tested and said impatiently, Quick, take out the puppet and let me have a look. Ning Qi nodded helplessly and released the bronze puppet. As soon as the bronze puppet appeared, its huge body immediately attracted the attention of many people. They all flew over to where it was. Seeing that Old Man Jean was also here, these people, both young and old, all bowed to Old Man Jean. Court Master Jean, what race is this guy? It's so huge, could it be a Titan descendant? No, I don't think it's a Titan descendant, but a puppet. What? Puppet? How is that possible? Ning Qi watched as this group of people flew around the bronze puppet like flies. From time to time, they would reach out and touch it, and then they would whisper to each other in surprise. Suddenly, Ning Qi felt a strong scientific aura. If they were to wear white coats, they would look even more like mad scientists. All of you, stop! Old Man Jean shouted. The The group of refiners from the Heavenly Secret Institution was shocked and quickly flew in front of Old Man Jean, lowering their heads and standing obediently. Among them, there was an old man who looked twice as old as Old Man Jean, but Ning Chi guessed that he was definitely younger than Old Man Jean. Old Man Jean might look like he was in his 70s or 80s, but his real age was so old that even Old Ning would have to address him as Old Ancestor. "Let me tell you, this is a puppet," Old Man Jean said calmly. "See, I was right, it's a puppet. How can there be such a realistic puppet? Could it be an ancient puppet?" "I think so, Court Master Jean must have found it in some ancient ruins." The group of refiners began to whisper to each other again. "Quiet." Old Man Jean rolled his eyes. "Are all of you very free?" Old Man Jean asked calmly. If you're not free, why don't you go do something?" Old Man Jean raised his eyebrows. The group of refiners quickly turned around and left, some of them even looked back reluctantly. After they left, Old Man Jean smiled and began to study the bronze puppet. "Tsk this skin. Tsk this skeleton. Tsk these facial features. Great, it's so lifelike. How did these ancient puppeteers refine such realistic puppets? I've never seen or heard of these materials before." Old Man Jean exclaimed in admiration as he studied it. He looked at it from head to toe. In the end, he still wanted to enter the bronze puppet. However, the bronze puppet's mouth was closed. Without Ning Chi's command, it would not open. "Kid, make it open its mouth. I want to see how this puppet is made," Old Man Jean said. "If this old man finds out that it's using a low-grade spirit god stone as its power source, he'll probably steal one of them." But Ning Chi looked at his own small arms and legs. It was obvious that he was no match for him. He could only fly to Old Man Jin's side. He had the bronze puppet open its mouth and flew in with him. While Old Man Jean was studying the internal parts of the bronze puppet, from his throat to his stomach, he let out a series of praises. Finally, he saw the Master Recognition Stone. So the ancient puppets use this Master Recognition Stone. No wonder they can be controlled at will. Old Man Jin's eyes were filled with joy. "Senior Jean, you recognize it?" Ning Chi knew the name and refining method of the Master Recognition Stone after learning the ultimate puppetry skill. He did not expect Old Man Jean to know it too. Of course. This stone is called a soul stone. It's extremely rare. Not many of them can be found in Dongxian. Even if a soul stone appears, it will be taken away by the 9 great clans. Those who can't break through to Doxing and are about to die of old age will place their souls in the soul stone and wait for the day of rebirth. Old Man Jean explained to Ning Chi. Ning Chi already knew about it. He nodded, pretending to be enlightened. He could not let the old man know that he studied puppetry. Otherwise, given Old Man Jin's character, he would probably force him to stay in the Divine Mystery Institute. Other than the Master Recognition Stone, there's also this. Old Man Jin's eyes swept across and saw the low-grade Spirit God Stone. He was about to say something when he realized that he did not recognize a Spirit God Stone. "What stone is this?" Old Man Jean frowned and muttered to himself. "Senior Jean, we've seen it. Let's go out first." Ning Chi smiled. Old Man Jean nodded and reached out to grab the Spirit God Stone. "Senior, please have mercy." Ning Chi hurriedly reached out to stop him. "I'm willing to let you dissect this puppet after you've studied it thoroughly. However, I still need it to fight enemies. If anything goes wrong, petty." Old Man Jean rolled his eyes at Ning Chi. He blew his beard, waved his sleeve and flew out. "Right, I've refined a supreme dragon slaying bullet. Take it." Old Man Jean casually tossed the silver supreme dragon slaying bullet to Ning Chi. Ning Chi was shocked. He carefully caught it and put it into his space bag without checking it. "If this old man blows it up, I'll probably be dead this time." A layer of cold sweat appeared on Ning Chi's forehead. "When I find the soul stone, remember to bring this puppet over." Old man Jin said. After saying that, he told Ning Qi to come back next month for the second Supreme Dragon slaying bullet and left in a hurry. Ning Qi suspected that he definitely knew where to find the Soul Stone. The Wu Imperial Manor. After inspecting Wu Lingfeng's injuries, Lord Wu let out a heavy sigh with an incomparably gloomy expression. Wu Lingfeng's younger brother and sister stood nearby and looked at Lord Wu and Wu Lingfeng in fear. Father, is my Dantian unable to recover? Wu Lingfeng touched the wound on his stomach and said in despair. His wound had mostly recovered with the help of the healing pill. However, his Dantian was already in a shattered state. It's not impossible to recover, Lord Wu said in a deep voice. At this moment, Wu Lingfeng's younger brother's expression changed slightly. He was afraid that someone would notice his strange expression and immediately lowered his head. Father, is there really a way? Wu Lingfeng's face was filled with hope again. The 3 dragon clans should have a way to recover your elixir, Lord Wu said in a deep voice. The 3 dragon clans? Hearing this, the hope on Wu Lingfeng's face gradually faded. Don't worry, I'll definitely find a way to recover your Dantian, Lord Wu said coldly. At this moment, Ling Feng, a noblewoman, suddenly barged in. After seeing Wu Lingfeng's miserable appearance, the middle-aged beauty's face immediately turned extremely gloomy. She looked at Lord Wu and said, Lord, was it Dongfang Haojie who injured Lingfeng like this? Yes. Lord Wu nodded. Mother. Wu Lingfeng smiled bitterly and looked at the middle-aged beauty. Chapter 490. Assassination. As soon as Ning Qi left the Tianji Institute, he was caught alive by Dongfang Haojie, who had been waiting outside. Follow me, Dongfang Haojie said decisively. Go where? Ning Qi asked doubtfully. To see Eunuch Yu, Dongfang Haojie said. Well, you don't want to send me to the palace to be a eunuch, do you? I won't go. If you want to go, go by yourself. Ning Qi looked at Dongfang Haojie suspiciously and waved his hand. Dongfang Haojie looked at Ning Qi speechlessly. Ha ha ha, I'm just joking. Brother Dongfang, you really have no sense of humor. Let's go. Ning Qi laughed and then flew toward the palace. Dongfang Haojie looked at Ning Qi's back and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. This time, the meeting with Yu Rujin was more formal. After asking about Ning Qi's background, Yu Rujin could not help but sigh. It's really rare to see a genius like you, little brother. It's no wonder why Dean Jin knows you. So there's a relationship between you and his disciple, Manjulu. Aside from that, you also found an ancient puppet in the forbidden land of dried bones. Be it in terms of talent or luck, it's much stronger than a normal prodigy. By the way, that Ning Qi who's ranked 100th on the dragon rank is you, right? You flatter me, Eunuch Yu, Ning Qi said modestly. He did not intend to say more. After all, the person standing in front of him was an old eunuch who had lived for who knew how many years. This kind of existence was the most terrifying. Perhaps if he accidentally let something slip, the eunuch would be able to seize this clue and turn you upside down. After knowing the relationship between Ning Qi and Jin Xing, the biggest doubt in Yu Rujin's heart was solved. She let Ning Qi play in her house for a long time, and then Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie left together. The next day, Dongfang Haojie told Ning Qi a piece of news. Wu Lingfeng's mother is the 9th daughter of the 6th elder of the Fang family, one of the 9 families. She has now announced that whoever can kill you and me will be given a lower-grade heaven stage fighting weapon. What? She is so arrogant and brazenly hires people to kill people? Ning Qi was shocked. This news is naturally not circulated on the surface, and there is no evidence to prove that it was Fang Yun who issued the bounty. Therefore, it is estimated that the major assassins have been eyeing me and you. During this time, you should not go to the streets lest you get killed on the street. After all, your puppet can't always protect you. Dongfang Haojie said lightly. Can I also issue a bounty to kill Fang Yun? Kill Wu Lingfeng and Wu Wangye as well? Ning Qi asked. Dongfang Haojie looked at him speechlessly. After a while, Ning Qi nodded and said, I know I can't, right? Yes. Dongfang Haojie nodded. There won't be any assassins who will take your orders. On the contrary, if the news gets out, the Emperor will probably personally order people to catch you. Forget it then. I still have to stay for another month. Come, let's fight. Ning Qi laughed. In the following days, Ning Qi was constantly beaten by Dongfang Haojie. His true second stage war god body had been tempered for more than a month and strengthened a little. However, Ning Qi estimated that it would still take about half a year to reach the third stage. Moreover, it must be as high-intensity training as it was now, otherwise it would take even longer. Ning Qi checked his own attribute. Host. Ning Qirank. 6-star Do Huang Experience. 5632460/6000000 Cultivation Method. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art Level 5, 728/1000000 War God Technique Level 1, 56 out of 100 Martial Skill. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms Level 6, 1356/1000000 Top Grade 5 Tigers Breaking Gate Blade Level 4, 7700/1000000 Sky Edge Bright Moon Blade Level 5, 289/1000000 War God Body Level 2, 138/1000 Health Points, 1443450 Alchemy. 4th Stage Alchemist Proficiency. 14500/1000000 Dragon Slayer Coins. 32500 Ning Qi was very satisfied with his HP. The first stage of the true war god's body had increased his HP by 10,000, while the second stage had increased his HP by 20,000. Ning Qi estimated that the third stage would increase his HP by 30,000. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Ning Qi went to the Heavenly Mystery Institution to obtain the second Supreme Dragon Slaying Bullet and went directly to the North Gate, preparing to leave the capital and return to the Cloud Rising sect. Sky Sword Marquis stood on the North Gate's wall, coldly looking at Ning Qi. No one knew what he was planning. Nearby, there were at least 20 pairs of eyes looking at Ning Qi with ill intentions. Ning Qi smiled slightly and walked out of the gate without hesitation. He went out. Follow him. As long as we kill him and Dongfang Haojie, we can get a low heaven-class battle weapon. The owners of countless greedy eyes followed Ning Qi out of the city, but at this moment they saw Ning Qi turn around and smile. In the next moment, he released the bronze puppet. When the crowd felt the aura of the bronze puppet, their expressions became extremely ugly. Sky Sword Marquis shook his head, turned around, and left. He knew that he would not be able to see Ning Qi's head. Ning Qi laughed at the assassins. You want to kill someone with such tracking skills? Go back and practice for a few more years. Ha! After saying this, he directly flew to the bronze puppet's shoulder. Then, the bronze puppet ran in the direction of the Cloud Rising sect. Every time its feet touched the ground would tremble violently, as if there was an earthquake. Ning Qi did this on purpose to deter these assassins. After leaving the capital for about 1,000 miles and confirming that no one was following him, Ning Qi put away the bronze puppet with a pained expression. He was burning through his dragon-slaying coins. Then, Ning Qi released Little Purple, sat on its back, and sped in the direction of the Cloud Rising sect. Not long later, a red figure caught up. Looking at Ning Qi's back, her eyes revealed a glimmer of light. Grandfather told me that when an assassin has just started his career, he must do something big and spread his name. Only then would he be able to receive more orders. If I can kill this guy and then Dongfang Haojie, not only will I be able to obtain a lower heaven-ranked Do weapon, I will also be able to let the assassin world know my name. Thinking of this, the red shadow quickly chased in the direction that Ning-Chi disappeared. Her speed was far faster than Little Purple, and she soon caught up to Ning-Chi. Using some kind of martial skill, she hid herself so well that Ning-Chi could not see the red shadow even if he looked up. Now is a good time. If I cut him with my sword, he will definitely die. But if he releases that puppet, I probably won't be a match for it. The red shadow looked at Ning-Chi hesitantly. At this moment, Ning-Chi happened to stretch. Seeing this, the red shadow instantly appeared and stabbed Ning-Chi with his sword. The sword pierced right into Ning-Chi's chest. Hitting the target with one strike, he escaped 1,000 miles away. Chapter 491. Nyodezhuang, good boy, don't let me catch you. Ning-Chi cursed in a low voice. He took 2 Earth-class rejuvenation pills in a row to recover his HP. He felt that the pills were not enough, as one could only recover 400,000 HP. When he returned to the Cloud Rising sect, he should go to the treasure pavilion to see if there were any heaven-class rejuvenation pills, or make them himself. After cursing the guy, Little Purple sped up and brought Ning-Chi back to the Cloud Rising sect. On the other side, the red shadow felt her heart beating very fast, and her face was red with excitement. I'll kill him! I'll kill him! Wait a minute! Grandpa said that I have to take his head before I can report back to the sugar daddy? The red shadow's face froze. Because it was her first time fighting, she was too nervous. She did not stop to take Ning-Chi's head with her. Thinking of this, the red shadow flew in Ning-Chi's direction, only to find that Ning-Chi had disappeared. Could it be that the violet lightning bird took his corpse away? The red shadow was slightly startled. She felt that her guess was correct. Remembering that Ning-Chi was an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect, she headed there. Not long after, she caught up with Little Purple. She saw a scene that shocked her to the core. She saw that the fellow she thought she had killed was still alive and kicking, scratching the back of the purple lightning bird. He's not dead? Why isn't he dead? Even a 1-star Do Zone would die with that sword of mine. He's only a 6-star Do Huang. The red shadow watched Ning-Chi's back disappear from her sight. She stomped her feet angrily, found a place to hide, and waited for the next opportunity. When they were about to reach the outer sect, Ning-Chi fed Little Purple a few mystic low spiritual cultivation pills and put it back into the demon pet space. Brother Ning. Hello, Brother Ning. You're still as good as ever. Yes, you too. Ning-Chi smiled and greeted the outer sect disciples he met on the way. These outer sect disciples looked at Ning-Chi with incomparable respect and even a trace of worship. Of course, some of them turned and ran when they saw Ning-Chi. These were the guys who had an arm cut off by Ning-Chi. Apart from that, the servant disciples following behind the outer disciples looked at Ning-Chi as if he was a deacon elder or a green-clothed elder. It would be great if I could become a servant of Senior Brother Ning. Unfortunately, Senior Apprentice Brother Ning doesn't seem to have any intention of recruiting servants. The servant disciples secretly transmitted their voices to each other. When Ning-Chi was about to reach into Yuanba's courtyard, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s suddenly fell in front of Ning-Chi. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, please accept me as a servant disciple. I don't want to be driven off the mountain. The middle-aged man wailed. Behind him, a few ordinary elders hurried over. They looked at the middle-aged man with eyes filled with disgust. After noticing Ning-Chi, they hurriedly smiled and said, Brother Ning, this servant is really daring. He actually dared to disturb you. Sorry for making a fool of himself. Many of the outer disciples nearby stopped in their tracks and looked over when they saw this. The servant disciples behind them looked at the middle-aged man with a trace of pity in their eyes. At the same time, it was like a knife hanging on their hearts, urging them to quickly break through. At the very least, break through to the Dowang class. Only then could they continue to stay in the Cloud Rising sect. In the future, they might have a chance to make a comeback. Ning Qi cupped his hands towards the few ordinary elders and said with a smile, "What's going on?" The leading ordinary elder looked to be in his 40s or 50s. The strangest thing was that his eyebrows were connected together. Ning Qi glanced at his attributes and learned his name, Lin Ning. His cultivation was a 1-star Do Huang. Lin Ning glanced at the middle-aged servant and said, "According to the rules, servants over the age of 40 must leave the Cloud Rising sect if they have not broken through to the Do Huang class. This Niu Dezhuang is 40 years old today, but he is only a 9-star Do Ling. He is not even at the peak of the Do Ling class, so we wanted to chase him off the mountain. I did not expect him to suddenly go crazy after seeing you, Brother Ning." Niu Dezhuang looked at Ning Qi with a pleading expression. "Senior Ning, please accept me as a servant disciple. I can do anything. I can clean the yard, tidy the room, watch the house." Lin Ning laughed coldly. "Who do you think you are, Brother Ning? Why would I need you to watch the house?" Niu Dezhuang knew that his actions were rude and could even be said to be brainless. However, Ning Qi was his only hope. The ordinary elders did not care about the other outer sect disciples. Even those at Tai Bing's level might not be able to keep him in the Cloud Rising sect. Only Ning Qi could do that. That was why he threw himself at Ning Qi without a care in the world. Niu Dezhuang is trying anything he can find in a desperate situation. If he angers Elder Lin Ning, she will destroy his cultivation and throw him off the mountain. He will not even be able to leave the outer mountain range before being taken away by demonic beasts. Ugh! The group of servant disciples looked at Niu Dezhuang with sympathy. Now that Master is not here and I am often not at the Cloud Rising sect, there is indeed a lack of someone to take care of the yard. Ning Qi looked at the pleading look in Niu Dezhuang's eyes and his heart softened. He turned to Lin Ning and the other ordinary elders and said, "Elder Lin, I will accept him. Can you give me some face?" Hearing this, Niu Dezhuang looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. He was so emotional that he could not speak. "What? Senior Ning really accepted Niu Dezhuang? How is this possible?" A trace of shock and regret appeared on the faces of the large group of servant disciples. The outer sect disciples thought that it was strange. Ning Qi was so cold and heartless when he cut off someone's arm. Now, he had accepted a piece of trash who could not break through to the Do Huang class at the age of 40? They could not understand Ning Qi's actions. Lin Ying's expression slightly changed. He glanced at Niu Dezhuang and sighed. If Brother Ning really wants to accept him, then we naturally have no right to say anything. Then we won't bother Brother Ning any longer. We'll take our leave first. Having said this, he turned around and left with the other elders. Are you still not getting up?" Ning Qi looked at Niu Dezhuang and smiled. Niu Dezhuang immediately jumped up from the ground and said excitedly, I'm up. Ning Qi smiled and walked towards the direction of the courtyard. Niu Dezhuang patted the dust off his body and followed behind Ning Qi with an excited expression. "What dogsh *t luck! If I had done the same thing just now, then the guy behind Senior Brother Ning would be me." The servant disciples who were originally sympathetic to Niu Dezhuang were now extremely jealous. Chapter 492. Ancient Titan of Colossal Power, why is he here? Could it be that even Sixth Elder couldn't kill him? Hua Wushang thought to himself as he looked at Ning Qi with a dark expression. Duan Tianying was also shocked. He had sensed from Hua Wushang's words that Ning Qi was already a dead man. But now, Ning Qi was alive and well in front of him. Wasn't this a slap to Hua Wushang's face? Niu Dezhuang was shocked to see the two. Back when Hua Wushang was still an outer sect disciple, Niu Dezhuang had been slapped by Hua Wushang because of a small mistake. After Hua Wushang had left, Niu Dezhuang had breathed a sigh of relief. But then, because of a small mistake, he had almost been crippled by Duan Tianying. So when he saw the two now, his eyes were filled with terror. "Why are you looking at my master's yard? There's nothing valuable inside. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Haha, you can be arrogant for a while longer. I heard that you are going with the tribute team to the Redbud Dragon tribe to save your master? Ha ha, do you know who is leading the team? Hua Wushang laughed coldly. Who was leading the team? Could it be Niu Tao? Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. Seeing this, Hua Wushang revealed a mocking smile. Yes, your guess is correct. Elder Niu Tao, that's right, my uncle and I will also be going. I hope that you will follow us and know your place. After saying that, he let out a long laugh and directly left. Duan Tianying hastily followed. As he passed by Ning Qi, he suddenly felt his heart clench. Not daring to look at Ning Qi, he lowered his head and followed Hua Wushang, quickly disappearing from this place. Are you afraid of them? Ning Qi smiled at Niu Dezhuang. Niu Dezhuang hurriedly shook his head and then nodded. Ning Qi smiled and did not ask any more questions. He walked into the courtyard. After not being here for a while, there was a lot of dust in the courtyard. Niu Dezhuang was very clever in this aspect. He immediately started to clean the courtyard. In the time it took for a joss stick to burn, the entire courtyard became very clean. The fallen leaves in the courtyard were also burned up by him. Hey, what's the name of your strange flame? Ning Qi asked curiously when he saw the colorful flame in Niu Dezhuang's palm. When Niu Dezhuang heard this, he quickly walked in front of Ning Qi and said respectfully, Young master, this is not an extraordinary flame. Not a heavenly flame? A hint of surprise flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. Niu Dezhuang nodded and said, I was born with it, but its power is similar to ordinary fire. It's useful for cooking, but it's not very useful against enemies. Born with it? Isn't this a demonic beast? Ning Qi thought to himself as he subconsciously glanced at Niu Dezhuang's attribute. Ancient Titan Descendant, Thin Niu Dezhuang Level, 9-star Do Ling. Cultivation Method. Top Grade Profound Level Ox Clan Chi Refinement Technique Martial Skill. Highest Grade Profound Level Bull Clan's Mad Demon Fist. Health Points, 200,000. Inch a descendant of the Titans from the Middle Ages? A hint of shock appeared in Ning Qi's eyes. The thin at the back should mean that Niu Dezhuang had very little Titan bloodline. 9-star Do Ling, 200,000 health points. If it's a Titan with more than 90% bloodline, I'm afraid its health points would exceed 2 million, right? It's even scarier than the Dragon Clan. No wonder the legendary Titans feed on dragons. Master once said that the God of War body and the God of War technique most likely originated from the Titan tribe and were only obtained by humans later on. If I let Niu Dezhuang cultivate them, will he be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort? When he thought of this, Ning Qi looked at Niu Dezhuang and said, Niu Dezhuang, you are no longer a disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Do you know this? Niu Dezhuang hurriedly nodded. Young master, I know. Subsequently, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Was Ning Qi going to chase him away? Was it because of the 7-colored flame? Then are you willing to become my disciple? Ning Qi smiled. Become Senior Ning's disciple? Niu Dezhuang was stunned when he heard this. When Ning Qi saw this, he sighed in his heart. Niu Dezhuang's bloodline was not bad, but he was not smart enough. No wonder he could not break through to the King Do after staying in the Cloud Rising sect for so many years. Ning Qi had no choice but to ask again. Only then did Niu Dezhuang react. He knelt down in front of Ning Qi and kowtowed dozens of times without saying a word. If Ning Qi hadn't grabbed him, he would have kowtowed even more. A small pit was formed on the floor because of him. All right, you have kowtowed. I want to tell you some things you need to know. Ning Qi smiled and said, Our sect is called the War God Temple. Isn't it the Cloud Rising sect? Niu Dezhuang had some doubts, but he did not dare to ask. Right now, there are only 2 people in the War God Temple. One is me, and the other is you. I am the Hall Master of the War God Temple, and you are the first disciple of the War God Temple. However, you must remember not to reveal the name of the War God Temple unless it is necessary. The War God Temple had been destroyed before, so the terrifying force that could destroy the War God Temple might still exist today. It was more likely that this force existed in Dongxian and not the Dry Bones Forbidden Land. Master, don't worry. I won't reveal anything even if I die. Niu Dezhuang nodded seriously. All right. As for the rules of the War God Temple, don't do evil. However, if someone tries to take a dump on you, beat him up regardless of who he is. If you can't beat him up, come and find me. Ning Qi said calmly. Niu Dezhuang hesitated. What if an outer disciple beat him up? Would he fight back? Seeing that Ning Qi was looking at him calmly, Niu Dezhuang hurriedly nodded. Master, I understand. All right, I will teach you the martial techniques and techniques of the War God Temple. Ning Qi said. Niu Dezhuang's eyes were filled with surprise. This is the War God technique. Cultivate by yourself tonight. Come and ask me tomorrow if there is anything you don't understand. Ning Qi turned around and left with an ugly expression. Niu Dezhuang was illiterate. He explained to Niu Dezhuang for half a day, from noon until about 8 in the evening. Niu Dezhuang only managed to learn the cultivation method of the first level of the War God technique. I seem to have disappointed you, Master. Niu Dezhuang looked at Ning Qi's back and lowered his head in shame. It was not that he did not want to learn words, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember the squarish characters. Subsequently, Niu Dezhuang followed Ning Qi's instructions and sat cross-legged to cultivate the War God technique. After 10 minutes, his body gradually emitted a faint golden light. If Ning Qi was here, he would be shocked to find that Niu Dezhuang had successfully cultivated to the peak of the first level of the War God technique. Chapter 493. Monster Killing Training Ground. The next day, Ning Qi woke up from his meditation. He opened the door and saw Niu Dezhuang tidying up the courtyard. Just clean the courtyard once a week. Use the rest of the time to practice. Ning Qi said plainly. Niu Dezhuang hurriedly ran over. Master, I don't understand something about the God War technique. What do you not understand? Ning Qi frowned. I have been cultivating since last night. Other than the beginning, my cultivation did not increase at all. Is my aptitude too low? Niu Dezhuang said with some fear. Let me see. Ning Qi glanced at Niu Dezhuang's attributes. God War Technique Second Level. Proficiency 0/1000. He reached the second level in one night? As Niu Dezhuang did not have the cultivation method for the second level, his current proficiency was 0. A trace of joy flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. The more he looked at Niu Dezhuang, the more he liked him. If it was possible, he would probably be able to nurture a true god of war for the War God Shrine. Ning Qi was secretly pleased when he thought of how an indomitable titan would follow behind him to kill the dragon race, and how the dragon race would show fear in their eyes. Your aptitude is not bad. You have successfully cultivated the first level of the God War technique. However, don't be arrogant, understand? Ning Qi said. I have successfully cultivated it? Niu Dezhuang's eyes were filled with surprise. Come, I will teach you the second level. Ning Qi was about to vomit when Niu Dezhuang finally learned it. This time, Ning Qi stood at the side and watched Niu Dezhuang cultivate. In the end, Niu Dezhuang only used 15 minutes to cultivate the second level to the peak. At the same time, his cultivation entered the peak of the battle spirit realm. Niu Dezhuang opened his eyes and realized that his cultivation had improved greatly. He knelt in front of Ning Qi and said in ecstasy, "Thank you for your guidance, Master." Niu Dezhuang mumbled for a long time but could not think of a better compliment. He looked at Ning Qi awkwardly. Stop talking to me. Come and learn the third level. Ning Qi rolled his eyes and felt a little jealous. He used 2 months to cultivate to the second level of the Aries God technique, but Niu Dazhuang used less than a day. Was the bloodline of the Herculean Titan really that strong? On the second day, Niu Dazhuang mastered the third level of the God of War technique. At this time, his cultivation had already broken through to the King Do. From the beginning till now, it had only taken him 3 days. Niu Dazhuang, who was slow to react, finally realized that the Aries art that Ning Qi taught him was probably a super amazing cultivation technique. It was very likely to be a heaven-class cultivation technique. Otherwise, how could his cultivation increase so quickly? From what he knew, as long as he cultivated a heaven-class cultivation method, his cultivation would definitely soar. He did not know that it was because he had a trace of the Herculean Titan's bloodline that his compatibility with the God of War technique was unusually high. That was why he could have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Ning Qi wanted to see where Niu Dazhuang's limit was, so he continued to teach him the 4th level. This time, Niu Dazhuang used a full half a month to break through. The 4th level of the God of War technique allowed Niu Dazhuang to advance to a 3-star Do Wang. TSK, his life force has also reached a terrifying 400,000. If he becomes a Do Huang, won't his life force exceed 2 million? That would be even higher than mine? Ning Qi looked at Niu Dazhuang and a trace of gratification flashed in his eyes. The first disciple that he accepted for the War God Temple had such talent. It was really worthy of celebration. It was just that his brain was not very good, Master. I feel that my strength is much greater than before. Niu Dazhuang, who was as sturdy as a calf, stood in front of Ning Qi and tightly clenched his fist as he spoke in surprise. Not only has his strength increased, even his body is taller than before by 3 inches. If his bloodline concentration is a little higher, I reckon that he will grow even taller, Ning Qi thought to himself. He calculated the time. There was still a week before the tribute team would set off. Thinking of this, Ning Qi said to Niu Dazhuang, I have also taught you the 5th level of the cultivation method. When you have perfected the 4th level, you can cultivate on your own. I need to go into seclusion for 7 days. When the time comes, I will follow the team to the Redbud Dragon tribe. Oh right, I have also taught you the first 3 levels of this God of War body. Ning Qi taught all the way until evening before returning to his room. After closing the door, Ning Qi immersed his mind in the dragon-slaying mall and found the monster-killing training ground. The monster-killing training ground was divided into 4 levels: low level, mid-level, high level, and top level. The low level had monsters from level 1 to level 3, the mid-level had monsters from level 4 to level 6, and so on. The monster-killing training ground was different from the cultivation ground. The time ratio to the outside world was 3:1. 3 days inside was 1 day outside. In the remaining 7 days, if Ning Qi went to the outer sect mountain range to find monsters to train with, he would not be able to reach 7-star Do Huang in time. Thus, Ning Qi chose the mid-level cultivation ground. The monsters in the high-level area were too strong, so Ning Qi did not dare to enter for now. Would the host like to purchase the mid-level monster-killing training ground? The price is 1,000 dragon-slaying coins. I will buy it for 3 days first, Ning Qi said. The next moment, he disappeared from the room. When Ning Qi opened his eyes, he found himself in a plain. Not far away there was a dragon-swallowing turtle, the size of a small mountain, slowly crawling by. Every time its feet rose and fell, the ground would tremble. Level 6 boss monster, dragon-swallowing turtle. Health points, 67,000. I have never seen this kind of dragon-swallowing turtle in Dongxian. Isn't it extinct? A doubt arose in Ning Qi's heart. At this moment, the dragon-swallowing turtle saw Ning Qi and immediately roared. Its roar was similar to that of the Dragon Clan. Following that, the dragon-swallowing turtle charged toward Ning Qi with a ferocious aura. 18 dragons subduing palms. Ning Qi leaped up and dodged the dragon-swallowing turtle's attack. He struck its head with his palm, but it reacted quickly and retracted its head into its shell. Boom! The palm hit the dragon swallowing turtle's shell, but it did not even leave a mark. The HP bar on the dragon swallowing turtle's head only dropped a little. 18. This number seemed to be mocking Ning-Chi. Even if it's a dragon clan, I would lose at least 50 to 60,000 HP from this strike. Ning-Chi thought with a pale face. Even if the dragon swallowing turtle was not a dragon clan and the triple damage bonus of 18 dragon subduing palms could not be activated, Ning-Chi's dragon slaying Douchi also had the attribute of ignoring armor. Why had he only dealt 18 damage to the other party? Could it be that in the monster killing training ground, his Douchi attribute was weakened or even removed? In order to confirm this, Ning-Chi dealt with the dragon swallowing turtle while asking the system. Chapter 494. Chapter 494 of the WR Foolish Cow, damn it! Ning-Chi couldn't help but curse. The dragon-devouring turtle didn't know what he was cursing. It only knew that it wanted to eat Ning-Chi. In its eyes, Ning-Chi was an extremely delicious lunch. It suddenly opened its mouth and a terrifying suction force appeared in the dragon-devouring turtle's mouth. Ning-Chi hurriedly took out the dragon slayer saber and slashed at the turtle's head. As if sensing a hint of danger from the dragon slayer saber, the dragon-swallowing turtle gave up on devouring Ning-Chi and retracted its head back into its shell. Then, Ning-Chi slashed at the turtle's shell with a loud bang. Sizzle! A crack appeared on the tortoise shell, and the blade of the dragon-slaying saber sank 3 inches into the shell. The slash had shaved off over 100 HP points from the dragon-engulfing turtle. As expected, even the dragon-slaying saber has been weakened. Ning-Chi sighed in his heart. His opponent had 680,000 HP. So he would have to slash at least 6,800 times. Coward, don't stick your head out if you dare. Ning-Chi sneered and jumped onto the dragon-swallowing turtle's back, slashing wildly. The dragon-swallowing turtle seemed to sense the danger and twisted its body, trying to shake Ning-Chi off. Unfortunately, Ning-Chi was like a fly. No matter how it swung, Ning-Chi would not come down. Half a day later, the dragon-engulfing turtle's HP reached a dangerously low limit. At this time, Ning-Chi had a flash of inspiration. Immediately, he purchased a demonic pet contract from the dragon-slaying marketplace and slapped it at the dragon-engulfing turtle. However, the demonic pet bounced back. Ding! Warning, the host is not allowed to form a contract with a demonic pet from the monster-killing training ground. What a pity! Ning-Chi thought to himself. If he could bring the dragon-swallowing turtle to Dongxian, there would probably be a lot of families fighting for it, and he could sell it for a high price. After all, it was an extinct demonic beast. After about half a day, the dragon-devouring turtle screamed and fell under Ning-Chi's saber. It was tortured to death by Ning-Chi. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing a Tier 6 boss demonic beast, dragon-engulfing turtle. Obtained 160,000 EXP. Ning-Chi glanced at his own attributes. As long as he killed 2 or 3 more, he would be able to advance to a 7-star Do Huang. Niu Dazhuang walked on the streets of the outer sect, his eyes looking for a target, his mind constantly thinking about the method that Ning-Chi taught him. A look of hesitation and fear appeared on his face, but in order to increase his strength, Niu Dazhuang gritted his teeth and walked toward an outer sect disciple. This outer court disciple was none other than Lei Yong, the outer court disciple who scammed Ning-Chi and was taught a lesson by Ning-Chi. Isn't that Niu Dazhuang? Oh yeah, it's him. Why do I feel like he's a little different? It seems like my cultivation has increased. I have only followed senior apprentice Brother Ning for a short period of 20 days, and yet my cultivation has already made such progress. It really is a dogshit luck. Senior apprentice Brother Ning must have given him a lot of pills. Many servant disciples looked at Niu Dazhuang with jealousy. The outer disciples looked at Niu Dezhuang curiously, trying to guess what he was up to. Niu Dezhuang walked to Lei Yong's back, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly jumped up and hit Lei Yong's head with the joint of his index finger. Oh my God, is Niu Dezhuang crazy? The servant disciples and outer disciples nearby looked at this scene in a daze. Lei Yong was talking with someone when he was suddenly attacked, so he turned around in fright. When he found out that the person who attacked him was the worst among the servant disciples, Niu Dezhuang, he shouted angrily, "How dare you!" After shouting, he directly hit Niu Dezhuang. Niu Dezhuang did not fight back, letting him hit him. In an instant, Lei Yong bombarded Niu Dezhuang with hundreds of moves. Senior apprentice brother Lei, stop! The outer disciple who was chatting with Lei Yong quickly stopped Lei Yong. Lei Yong said angrily, "What are you doing? Don't stop me! This servant disciple dares to offend his superior. I will kill him today!" Senior apprentice brother, look who he is now Ning Qi's servant. The outer disciple quickly transmitted his voice to Lei Yong. What? Ning Qi? Lei Yong's eyes revealed a trace of fear, but when he looked carefully, his expression changed, his heart started beating violently, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Many people were looking at him now. It would be too embarrassing if he just left like this, so Lei Yong hesitated for a moment, then asked Niu Dezhuang coldly, "Did Ning Qi ask you to beat me up?" Niu Dezhuang said in a low voice, "No. Just King tell me. If you tell me, I will turn around and leave." Lei Yong cursed in his heart. For a moment he did not know where to find a way out. Gritting his teeth, Lei Yong turned around and left. Another outer disciple glanced at Niu Dezhuang, then quickly chased after Lei Yong. "Niu Dezhuang, what are you doing?" An outer disciple came forward and asked. Niu Dezhuang shook his head, stood up, and left. Everyone thought that Niu Dezhuang had a stroke, but they did not expect him to come out again the next day, using the same old method to anger an outer disciple, and then get beaten up. At first, the outer disciple who beat Niu Dezhuang was afraid that Ning Qi would stand up for Niu Dezhuang, but Ning Qi did not do anything. On the third day, Niu Dezhuang came out again. This time, he came out in the morning, and returned in the evening with wounds all over his body. Because everyone already knew that Ning Qi would not stand up for him, so as long as Niu Dezhuang was not beaten to death, they would not hold back like they did in the first few days. Gradually, Niu Dezhuang had a nickname, Silly Cow. That was because he had once provoked an ordinary elder. If it weren't for Ning Qi, he would have been beaten to death by the elder. After this time, the outer disciples would take a detour whenever they saw Niu Dezhuang. At the same time, they also realized that Niu Dezhuang had become somewhat unfathomable in their eyes. Every time he was seriously injured, he would come out the next day as if nothing happened. "Have you heard, the tribute team is setting off today. Elder Nu Tao is leading the team, and this time, the tribute is 10 times the usual. For the next few years, we will probably only be able to eat porridge. It's all Shinta Yuanba's fault. If not for him, we would not be so miserable." Because Ning Qi had previously chopped off over 100 people's arms, he was purposely chosen to be forgotten. This time, when the tribute team gathered, it was remembered by everyone. They all complained about Shinta Yuanba, but this time, they did not dare to include Ning Qi in the scolding. "Don't say any more, Silly Cow is here again," someone shouted, and the group of outer disciples fled upon hearing the news. Although Niu Dezhuang did not retaliate, such an attitude made people's hearts palpitate. "This won't do, they have already stopped hitting me." Niu Dezhuang looked at this scene in disappointment. "Your war god physique has also reached the true 4th level?" Hearing this voice, Niu Dezhuang hurriedly turned his head and said in surprise, "Master. I told you before, don't call me master outside." Ning Qi's face darkened. Niu Dezhuang hurriedly nodded and said, "I understand, Mas. Young master. I am going to the Redbud Dragon clan. During this period of time, look after the clan. and don't neglect your cultivation," Ning Qi said indifferently. Chapter 495. Purple Dragon Valley Cloud Rising Sect. Inner Sect. Nu Tao's face was dark. Behind him stood Hua Shiri, Hua Wushang, and 7 or 8 acting elders. Wu Hu, Sima Lin, and Xia Bing were among them. Lin Deng, the acting elder who had reprimanded Ning Qi for cutting off hundreds of arms, slowly stepped forward and said, "Elder Nu, it's about time." Nu Tao said indifferently, "Wait a little longer." "Yes." Lin Deng nodded. Everyone was confused. They didn't know who Nu Tao was waiting for. Only Hua Shiri and Hua Wushang knew. Soon, Ning Qi came from afar and landed in front of Nu Tao. He smiled and said, "Everyone has waited for a long time." "It's Ning Qi?" Everyone was shocked. Elder Shin, too, has just been suppressed by the Purple Dragon tribe. Isn't Ning Qi walking right into a trap? Wu Hu said in his heart. He then looked at Xia Bing and Sima Lin and found that their eyes were also filled with doubt. Lin Deng's face was green. He didn't expect that Elder Nu had been waiting for Ning Qi. What made him even more unhappy was that Ning Qi was already a 7-star Do Huang. Nu Tao looked coldly at Ning Qi, surprise flashing in his eyes. 7-star Do Huang? Hua Wushang's expression also changed as he roared in his heart. Why did he break through again? Hua Shiri glanced at Ning Qi, the shock in his heart increasing. Ning Qi's training speed was too fast. Hua Wushang suspected that Meng Qingling had personally started teaching Ning Qi. This kid is a 7-star Do Huang? I remember that he was only a peak Do Huang before entering the Withering Bones Forbidden Ground. How long has it been? What a terrifying breakthrough speed. No wonder he has the Central Jade token. I'm afraid it won't be long before he will be accepted as a disciple by one of the elders. The other acting elders also began to notice Ning Qi's cultivation. They couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions as they stared blankly at Ning Qi. Wu Hu opened his mouth to ask, but Nu Tao had already made his move. Nu Tao faintly looked at Ning Qi. He casually tossed something into the air. In an instant, it turned into a giant ship. Compared to Meng Qingling's ship, this giant ship was much smaller. "Let's go," Nu Tao calmly said. With that, he flew directly onto the ship. Hua Shiri and Hua Wushang followed closely behind. Seeing this, Wu Hu took the opportunity to fly to Ning Qi's side and said softly, "Are you planning to save Elder Shin too?" Ning Qi smiled but said nothing. Wu Hu was a little anxious. "Don't do anything stupid, or we will also be implicated by you." "Don't worry, Elder Wu Hu. I won't do anything stupid." Ning Qi laughed. When Wu Hu saw this, he shut his mouth. However, there was still a trace of doubt in his eyes. It was not that he did not wish for Ning Qi to return alive, but if Ning Qi accidentally angered the Amethyst Dragon tribe, he was afraid that his group would be implicated as well. When Ning Qi arrived on the ship, Nu Tao and the other two had already disappeared. The others also entered the cabin. "Chat." Xia Bing walked to Ning Qi's side and said indifferently. Ning Qi nodded, and the two walked side by side to the bow. In the attic of the battleship, Nu Tao and the other two were coldly looking at the backs of Ning Qi and Xia Bing. "Master, this kid should be the successor disciple, right?" Hua Shiri said softly. Nu Tao nodded indifferently. "If there are no accidents, he will be Elder Meng's successor." Hua Wushang looked at Ning Qi with extreme jealousy. He roared in his heart. He had entered the Cloud Rising sect to become a successor, but he did not expect Ning Qi to be one step ahead of him. Moreover, Ning Qi was his enemy. He could not wait to tear him to pieces. "If he is allowed to continue like this, I'm afraid," Hua Shiri said softly. "Don't worry. This time, his trip to the Amethyst Dragon tribe will not be so smooth." Nu Tao laughed coldly and turned to leave. When Hua Shiri and Hua Wushang heard this, they were slightly stunned. Their eyes were filled with joy. Why hasn't that guy come out yet? Wuma Fengling had been waiting in the mountain range of the Cloud Rising Sect's outer sect for a long time. She saw the Cloud Rising Sect's outer sect disciples going in and out every day. However, Ning Qi was not among them. The longer she waited, the more anxious she became. She desperately wanted to know how Ning Qi had managed to survive her attack. Suddenly, Wuma Fengling saw a battleship fly out of the Cloud Rising Sect. There were two figures standing in front of the battleship. Wasn't one of them the guy she had been waiting for? Wuma Fengling instinctively wanted to attack, but she suddenly realized that there was a Dozong standing beside Ning Qi. Furthermore, the appearance of the battleship made her come back to her senses. The Storm Battleship. This is the battleship of Elder Nu Tao of the Cloud Rising Sect. Wuma Ji's memories surged. As an assassin, her grandfather had not only taught her how to kill, but he had also taught her many things about Dongxian. He had also taught her information about various people to prevent her from accidentally hitting a wall. Among them was information about Nu Tao. Wuma Fengling stomped her feet angrily. She used a secret technique to hide herself and followed closely behind the storm battleship, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Are you going to the Redbud Dragon clan this time to rescue Elder Shintu? Xia Bing asked calmly. Yes. Ning Qi nodded. Just let me know if you need any help. Xia Bing smiled slightly and turned to leave. Could it be that Elder Xia Bing likes Master? Ning Qi turned his head to look at her back, deep in thought. The southernmost part of Dongxian was known as the Southern Wasteland. There were many demonic beasts, but there were no human empires or human sections. The terrain was treacherous, and the most common sight was the dragon clan flashing across the sky. There were hundreds of species of dragon clan living here, ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 8. Even so, many experts came here in an endless stream for the rich cultivation resources. Over time, these experts gathered together and formed forces of various sizes. However, regardless of whether they were demonic beasts, dragon clan, or human experts, they had to pay tribute to the master of this land, the Redbud Dragon clan, every year. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the right to live. At this moment, a battleship entered the sky above the southern wasteland. This battleship was so large that the humans and demonic beasts on the ground could feel a faint pressure even though they were far away. It's the Cloud Rising Sect's tribute team. Yes, it's almost time. However, they'll have to pay 10 times the amount of tribute this time. Hee, I wonder if they can gather it? Who asked the Cloud Rising Sect to produce a lunatic? A mere Dozong dared to attack the Redbud Dragon clan? Now Jing Wuming has suppressed him. If the Cloud Rising Sect can't gather the tribute, their fate will be miserable. On the ground, a few Do Huangs watched the battleship and conversed in low voices. Beside them lay a few rank 6 demonic beasts. They should be here soon. Everyone, including Nu Tao, came to the deck. Soon, 2 towering peaks appeared in front of them. These 2 peaks were like a huge door. Occasionally, members of the Dragon clan flew in and out. We've arrived at the Redbud Dragon Valley. Chapter 496. Chapter 496. Death Kaka, the Cloud Rising Sect has come to pay tribute. These ants, if they don't bring enough tribute this time, I will eat them. A few Redbud dragons flew over the warship and looked at Ning Qi's group with disdain. Ning Qi swept his eyes over them and noticed that the amethyst dragons were purple in color. Their dragon scales seemed to have spikes growing out of them like thorns. Their dragon horns were translucent, like 2 amethysts. Besides these 2 dragons, the other dragons also looked at them with disdain. However, Ning Qi noticed that they didn't dare walk alongside the Redbud dragons. Instead, they kept their distance. Clearly, these dragons were just a subsidiary race of the Redbud dragon tribe. We can only walk here, Nu Tao said calmly. Nu Tao said faintly. After that, he retrieved the battleship and flew towards the ground. Everyone else followed closely after him. Behind them, Wuma Fengling hid in the air, looking at Ning Qi's back unwillingly. I didn't expect them to come to the Redbud Dragon tribe. Grandfather said that my concealment technique isn't perfect. If I meet a level 8 dragon, I will be seen through. Should I follow them in? Wuma Fengling was conflicted. Seeing that Ning Qi's group was about to disappear from her sight, she gritted her teeth and followed. Let her wait outside for another 10 days or half a month. She wouldn't do that. Only when they landed on the ground could they feel the enormity of the two mountains. They were several times larger than all the mountains in the Cloud Rising sect. Along the way, they occasionally saw statues of the Redbud Dragon tribe standing on the two sides of the mountain range. Their eyes seemed to be fixed on Ning Qi's group. Moreover, the dragon tribe was flying above their heads from time to time. Sometimes, some of the dragon tribe deliberately flew low above their head. Their tails even brushed Lin Deng's hair. Except for Nu Tao and Ning Qi, the others felt uneasy. Their hearts were beating fast. They prayed inwardly, hoping that the tribute would go smoothly and they could return to the Cloud Rising sect as soon as possible. After walking for about 300 li, Ning Qi saw a huge city in front of them. Legend has it that the cities of the 3 great dragon tribes are like the human tribes. I didn't expect the Redbud Dragon tribe to be like this too. Wu Hu exclaimed. Si Marin laughed lightly. This huge city is for the dragon tribe that can transform into humans. You will be even more surprised when you enter. Oh? What did he say? Wu Hu asked curiously. He knew that Si Malin had been here once. You'll know once you go in. Si Malin smiled. TCH, you're still keeping me in suspense. Wu Hu curled his lips in disdain. Not long after, everyone arrived at the city gate. The height of this huge city far exceeded the height of the Fang Sacred Palace that Ning Qi had seen before. At the city gate, there were 2 young men standing with serious expressions. When they saw Ning Qi and the others, their expressions changed slightly. One of them stepped forward and scolded, "This is the Dragon Valley. What are you ants doing here?" Ning Qi glanced at his attributes and found that he was also a human. How dare he call them ants? The Cloud Rising sect is here to pay tribute. Nu Tao calmly said. When the young man heard him, he sneered and gestured behind him. Only then did the gate slowly open. At the same time, Wuma Fengling entered the gate first. Even Nu Tao did not notice her. Everyone followed Nu Tao into the Dragon Valley. Only then did Wu Hu understand why Si Malin had said that they would go in. After that, he was even more shocked. This place was no different from an ordinary human city. If it was not for the occasional dragon tribe with 2 dragon horns walking past them, he would have thought that he had arrived at the capital of the Jiuzhou Empire. Other than that, there were many other humans on the streets like them. Nu Tao, you're finally here. A loud roar came from afar. The scarlet golden dragon whizzed over. When it was about to land on the ground, it instantly turned into a small golden giant with a bare upper body. Wu Hu and the other deacon elders couldn't help but take 2 or 3 steps back. The pressure coming from the other party was too terrifying. Rank 8 Dragon Tribe. Wuma Fengling reacted quickly. She turned around and fled. Nu Tao smiled and said, Qi Jin, bring us to young Master Wu Ming. Are you going to pay 10 times the amount of tribute this time? If not, there is no need to see the young master. Qi Jin looked at Nu Tao suspiciously. Of course. Nu Tao nodded. A faint smile appeared on Qi Jin's face when she heard this. Then follow me. The group followed behind Qi Jin for a while. The nearby humans and dragons would subconsciously move to the side when they saw Qi Jin. At the same time, they would look at Ning Qi's group with malicious eyes. Ning Qi was unmoved. However, Hua Wushang, who had the lowest cultivation among them, felt uneasy. He subconsciously looked at Ning Qi and saw that Ning Qi was smiling faintly, ignoring their gazes. Hua Wushang's expression changed slightly. He immediately raised his head and puffed out his chest. At the same time, he cursed in his heart, "You're still fearless even at this point. Let's see if you can still smile later." Under Qi Jin's lead, everyone arrived in front of an incomparably luxurious palace. At the palace gate stood 2 rows of guards. They all had purple dragon horns on their heads. Clearly, this group of fellows were from the Amethyst Dragon tribe. They're all Tier 7 bosses of the Amethyst Dragon tribe. Isn't it a little too extravagant to use them as guards? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with emotion. Following which, Qi Jin led them into the palace. A short time later, they arrived at a large hall and saw a young man in his 20s. This young man wore purple robes and had fair skin. He wore a faint smile. If they didn't know that this young man wasn't human, they wouldn't have recognized him. This young man was Lifeless Thorn, ranked 38th on the mortal list. "Young master, I've brought him." Qi Jin walked up to Lifeless Thorn, a respectful expression on her face. Lifeless Thorn nodded, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces. Just as Nu Tao was about to speak, Lifeless Thorn's gaze stopped on Ning Qi. "You're the fellow Meng Qingling mentioned, the one who came to redeem your master?" When Qi Jin heard this, she looked at Ning Qi in confusion. "Redeem master?" He couldn't react for a moment. "Sure enough, Ning Qi is here to save Shen Yuanba. I never thought that Elder Meng would greet him on his behalf." Wu Hu and the other managing elders thought to themselves in shock. Nu Tao and the others had long since known about this matter. However, since Lifeless Thorn had no intention of asking about the tribute, they were happy to oblige. Hua Wushang looked at Ning Qi with a gloating expression. "That's me." Ning Qi nodded. "Did you bring the dragon blood fruit?" Lifeless Thorn asked. "Yes, I did," Ning Qi said. "Bring it over." Lifeless Thorn smiled faintly. Ning Qi decisively took out the dragon blood fruit and handed it to Lifeless Thorn. Since they were already here, there was no point in hiding anything. Accepting the fruit, Lifeless Thorn's lips curled up as he said, "One isn't enough. This fellow is going back on his word." Chapter 497. Chapter 497, Death Turn from Guest to Host. "Young Master Wu Ming, that's not what you told Elder Meng previously, right?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. Lifeless Thorn frowned in surprise. Looking at Ning Qi indifferently, he said, "What I say to Meng Qingling is my business. What I say to you now is your business. Don't you want to save your master? Then bring me 50 dragon blood fruits, and I'll let him go." With that, he smiled and flipped his palm. The dragon blood fruit disappeared. Hearing this, Qi Jin's lips curled into a sinister smile. Originally, Wu Hu and the others had been shocked that Ning Qi had taken out a single dragon blood fruit. When they heard Lifeless Thorn ask for 50 more, their jaws dropped. Hua Wushang looked at Ning Qi gloatingly. So, Grandmaster already knew that Jing Wuming did not intend to let Shen Yuanba go. As his disciple, you have walked right into his trap. It was obvious that even the leader of the Cloud Rising clan might not be able to produce 50 dragon blood fruit. How could Ning Qi possibly have them? Nu Tao slightly squinted his eyes, the corner of his mouth seemed to carry a faint smile. 50 dragon blood fruits. So, that fellow was lying when he told Elder Meng that he would release my teacher as long as I gave him a single dragon blood fruit. I bet that he wasn't just toying with me when he asked me to accompany the tribute team here. Thinking of this, Ning Qi's mind swept over the 2 supreme dragon-slaying bullets lying quietly in the space bag, and his confidence increased a little. Ning Qi smiled and said, "I do have 50 dragon blood fruits, but why should I give them to you?" "What? He really has 50 dragon blood fruits? Are you kidding me?" From his expression, it doesn't seem like he's faking it. This kid really found so many dragon blood fruits in the Dry Bones Forbidden Land? Nu Tao suspiciously looked at Ning Qi. Hua Wushang didn't want to believe it and blurted out, "You're talking nonsense." No one was in the mood to pay attention to him. They all stared blankly at Ning-Chi. Lifeless Thorn frowned, coldly glaring at Ning-Chi. Ning-Chi's expression remained unchanged as he smiled faintly. At this moment, Ning-Chi felt a force probing his body. He smiled in his heart. The other party had taken the bait. Sure enough, Jing Wuming took 2 steps forward after failing to find any traces of a universe ring on Ning-Chi's body. He was a head taller than Ning-Chi, and he looked down at Ning-Chi from above. In a cold voice he asked, "You are merely a 7-star Do Huang. How did you manage to find 50 dragon blood fruits in the Withered Bones Forbidden Land? Young master, he must be lying. Let me eat him." Qi Jin took a step forward and glared at Ning-Chi fiercely. The surging aura was like a tidal wave crashing towards everyone. Wu Hu and the other managing elders, with the exception of Lin Deng, all took a step back involuntarily before they could withstand Qi Jin's aura. Lifeless Thorn coldly glared at Crimson Gold, startling Crimson Gold, who turned away with an ugly expression. Following which, Lifeless Thorn quietly watched Ning-Chi, waiting for his answer. Ning-Chi laughed coldly in his heart and said indifferently, "How I obtain the dragon blood fruit is my business. That kid is trying to provoke Lifeless Thorn." Wu Hu looked at Ning-Chi uneasily, desperately trying to signal him with his eyes. "Elder Nu Tao, hurry up and tell him to shut up. If Lifeless Thorn gets angry, we'll all die here," Shifeng said. Lin Deng couldn't help but transmit his voice to Nu Tao. Nu Tao narrowed his eyes. It was unknown whether or not he had heard Lin Deng's voice transmission. Seeing this, Lin Deng could only watch Lifeless Thorn's reaction. Smiling, Lifeless Thorn released a berserk, killing intent that locked onto Ning-Chi. "Aren't you afraid of death? Die." "Of course I'm afraid of death," Ning-Chi said seriously. After pausing for a moment, a hint of pride flashed in Lifeless Thorn's eyes. He then continued, "However, I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. Lifeless Thorn, either you kill me or you keep your promise to take that dragon blood fruit and release my master." He would rather die standing than live kneeling. The way Nu Tao looked at Ning-Chi slightly changed. Now, he seemed to understand Ning-Chi's character. He is probably the only Do Huang who can say such words in front of Jing Wuming. Wu Hu thought to himself in shock. Hua Shiri and Hua Wushang exchanged a glance. Then, Hua Shiri sent a voice transmission, "This kid is just bluffing. With Jing Wuming's personality, he's dead for sure." "I hope so." Hua Wushang nodded. He didn't believe Ning-Chi's nonsense. Who would rather die standing than live on their knees? Elder Shinto should have no regrets even if he died, Xia Bing thought to herself as she gazed at Ning-Chi. Xia Bing looked at Ning-Chi with a glimmer in her eyes as she thought to herself. Lifeless Thorn stared at Ning-Chi for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Everyone grew nervous. Just as everyone thought that Lifeless Thorn was about to attack Ning-Chi, however, Lifeless Thorn said indifferently, "Your master killed 3 of my purple thorn dragons and is currently imprisoned in the Draconic Penitentiary. With his cultivation, he can last another 10 days at most. If you really want to save your master, hand over the dragon blood fruit, and I'll fulfill my promise." 50 dragon blood fruits? Ning-Chi asked, smiling faintly. "Naturally." Lifeless Thorn nodded. "Does this ant really have 50 dragon blood fruits?" When Crimson Gold saw Lifeless Thorn earnestly negotiating with Ning-Chi, she could not help but feel nervous. However, when she recalled that her young lord's intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary dragons and rivaled that of the human race's most cunning clans, Crimson Gold had no choice but to trust Lifeless Thorn's judgment. Thinking up to this point, Crimson Gold grew excited. If the Purple Thorn Dragon tribe obtained 50 dragon blood fruits in one go, she would get at least one, right? To the dragon race, the dragon blood fruit was a sacred medicine. No heaven-grade medicinal pill could compare to the dragon blood fruit. This was why the dragon race in the Dry Bones Forbidden Land was so powerful that not even the 3 dragon races' patriarchs dared to casually enter. Otherwise, How could the Rising Cloud sect protect the Dry Bones Forbidden Land? Don't even think about getting 50 dragon blood fruit. You broke your promise first. I will only give you 1 dragon blood fruit as agreed upon. Ningqi sneered. You! Lifeless Thorn bellowed. He had never imagined that Ningqi would be so disrespectful to him after he had spoken politely to him. You what? Kill me? I'm afraid that no one will be able to obtain 50 dragon blood fruits from the Dry Bones Forbidden Land in the future. Ningqi retorted fearlessly. Lifeless Thorn was startled when he heard Ningqi's words. Although he had yet to confirm whether or not Ningqi had 50 dragon blood fruits, he guessed that the Rising Cloud sect had reaped a bountiful harvest this time. Otherwise, the Rising Cloud sect would never have agreed to exchange 1 dragon blood fruit for a 7-star Do Zone. This was a losing deal. He had only allowed Ningqi to accompany the tribute team to see if the dragon blood fruit truly existed. He also wanted to lock that fellow's disciple in draconic prison. Only then could he quench his anger. Chapter 498. Chapter 498 of the PAST Bargain. Does Ningqi mean that he has a special way to steal the dragon blood fruits from the Dry Bones Forbidden Land? Nu Tao's eyes gradually became serious. If that was the case, his plan would have to change. This guy is bluffing. Disbelief filled Hua Wushang's eyes as he looked at Ningqi. He wanted to remind Lifeless Thorn not to be deceived by Ningqi, but when he considered Lifeless Thorn's temper, he swallowed his words. To be able to maintain such a bearing in front of Lifeless Thorn, I'm no match for him. Wu Hu laughed bitterly in his heart. He had no choice but to admit that Ningqi's heart was many times stronger than his. Even though he and Jing Wuming were both Do Zongs, he did not dare to speak to Jing Wuming in such a manner. 40. Lifeless Thorn said after some time. 1. Ningqi smiled. 35. Lifeless Thorn looked at Ningqi. 1. Ningqi said indifferently. 2. If you can't even take out 2, then there's no need to talk anymore. Lifeless Thorn calmly asked, suppressing the rage in his heart. 2. Since young Master Lifeless is ranked 38th on the mortal ranking, I can agree to your condition. However, I want to see my master first. Ningqi smiled. He really did get more than 1 dragon blood fruit. It seems like the Cloud Rising sect has gained a lot this time. Lifeless Thorn narrowed his eyes, surprise flashing in his gaze as he looked at Ningqi. When Nu Tao and the others heard that Ningqi had agreed to Lifeless Thorn's request for 2 dragon blood fruits, they could no longer remain calm. Great waves surged in their hearts. In the past 100 years, the production of dragon blood fruits had become extremely low. Only 20 or so dragon blood fruits had appeared. With so many dragons in the world, there simply wasn't enough to go around. As a result, the dragon blood fruit had become one of the few spirit fruits that even the 3 dragon clans had to look at in a new light. However, Ningqi had more than 1 dragon blood fruit with him? If what he said was true and Ningqi had 50 dragon blood fruits, even Nu Tao would drool. See your master? Sure. Lifeless Thorn smiled faintly. Ningqi grew vigilant. He didn't believe that a fellow who had once gone back on his word would compromise so easily. Moreover, this fellow was the young master of the Redbud Dragon tribe, ranked 38th on the ranking of young masters, a dragon tribe that viewed humans as ants. Sure enough, Lifeless Thorn continued, if you give me 50 dragon blood fruits, I'll have someone bring your master out right now. However, if you only have 2, you should go look for him yourself. You only have 10 days. After 10 days, I'll lock up the draconic penitentiary. However, that arrogant ant might not last 10 days. Draconic penitentiary. Ningqi pondered for a few moments, then nodded. Okay. Young master. Qi Jin frowned and stepped forward. I know what to do. Lifeless Thorn calmly waved his hand. Then, he looked at Nu Tao. Did your Cloud Rising sect bring enough tributes? Young Master Wu Ming, they're all here. Nu Tao took out a universe ring. At the same time, Wu Hu and the other elders stepped forward and each took out a universe ring. Nu Tao then handed all 9 universe rings to Lifeless Thorn. There are actually 9 universe rings inside. 10 times the amount of tributes is no small matter. Master has really caused the Cloud Rising sect to suffer heavy losses this time. Ning Qi suddenly felt that there was a reason for those disciples to be so angry. All right, follow me. After inspecting the universe rings, Lifeless Thorn tossed them to Qi Jin. He then smiled at Ning Qi and turned to leave. Seeing this, Ning Qi followed after him. Just as Lin Deng was about to ask if they should return, Nu Tao had already started walking after Lifeless Thorn. Everyone else had no choice but to follow. Wu Hu sent a voice transmission to Xiaobing. I heard that the Purple Thorn Dragon Clan's draconic penitentiary not only imprisons the Dragon Clan's traitors, but also many demonic beasts that refuse to submit to the Dragon Clan. The demonic beasts that aren't even afraid of the Dragon Clan have at least reached the metamorphosis stage and gained intelligence, right? Any one of these demonic beasts is a terrifying existence among those of the same cultivation level. Although Ning Qi's cultivation is improving rapidly, he is only a 7-star Do Huang. The weakest members of the Draconic Penitentiary are dragons, demonic beasts, and humans. Even the weakest members of the Draconic Penitentiary are rank 7 Do Zone. Do you think Ning Qi can bring Elder Shintu out? Xiaobing's expression changed slightly as she replied. Ning Qi has no choice but to agree. Lifeless Thorn is testing him. Stealing the draconic fruit in the Withered Bones Forbidden Land is 100 times more dangerous than the Draconic Penitentiary. If Ning Qi can't come out. Wu Hu sighed inwardly when he heard Xiaobing's words. Not long after, everyone came to a flat ground. The ground was covered with reddish-brown stones, and they couldn't see the end of it. This flat ground was obviously still within the palace, so one could imagine how big this palace was. In the center of the flat ground, there was an entrance that went deep into the ground. This entrance was 30 zhang high and 30 zhang wide, and it was surrounded by raging flames. When they were still 100 zhang away, they could already feel the terrifying temperature of the flames. They were no less than ordinary strange flames. Beside the entrance, there were 2 red-bud dragons sleeping. Their bodies were even larger than the entrance, and the terrifying aura from their bodies told everyone that they were at least of the rank 8 dragon race like Qi Jin, or possibly even of the rank 9 dragon race. The 2 purple thorn dragons guarding the dragon penitentiary opened their eyes slightly. After glancing at Lifeless Thorn, they did not stand up to greet him. Instead, they returned to their slumber. Wu Hu and the others immediately understood that these crimson gold dragons possessed extraordinary statuses. After all, even Crimson Gold, a tier 8 dragon, treated Lifeless Thorn with such respect. This is the Draconic Penitentiary? Lifeless Thorn asked as he stopped in front of the cavern's entrance. If we come into contact with even a speck of the flames above, we'll be annihilated. Wu Hu and the others stared at the flames above the cavern's entrance in fear. I'll give you one more chance. Which will you choose? Lifeless Thorn asked calmly as he looked at Ning Qi. Extinguish the flames. I'm going in. Ning Qi then walked into the cavern. Seeing this, everyone knew that Ning Qi would choose the second option. He would enter the Draconic Penitentiary with 2 dragon blood fruit. Young Master, why don't you just take all of the dragon blood fruits from him? Crimson Gold asked. If he really manages to steal 50 dragon blood fruits this time, he might be able to steal 100 next time. Maybe even 200 after that. I won't let such an opportunity slip by, Lifeless Thorn replied. Crimson Gold replied. Realization dawned on Crimson Gold after listening to Lifeless Thorn's explanation. Inwardly, she wondered why she hadn't thought of this. Even as Ning Qi was about to touch the flames had yet to disappear. Moreover, Ning Qi maintained a steady pace, showing no signs of retreating. Could it be that he will die to these flames? Chapter 499. Second Senior Brother. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat as they watched Ning Qi's back. Almost there. Almost there. They're about to collide. When Ning Qi was more than a foot away from the flames, even Xia Bing's eyes revealed a hint of worry. Lifeless Thorn smiled faintly, his lips moving slightly. Suddenly, the two purple thorns dragons guarding the cavern released a deafening roar. Then, the flames disappeared without a trace. In the next second, Ning Qi disappeared from everyone's sight. In the next second, the flames reignited. At the same time, several dragons flew over to Lifeless Thorn's group. As soon as these dragons landed, they transformed into men and women. There were 7 of them, 3 men and 4 women. They glanced at Nu Tao and the others indifferently. Although they didn't speak, Wu Hu could sense the deep disdain in their eyes. Damn dragons! Do you think your noses are so high up in the sky? Wu Hu could only curse in his heart to satisfy his craving. Of the 7 Redbud dragons, 2 were Lifeless Thorn's younger siblings, and the other 2 were the Redbud Dragon Grand Elders Juniors. Big brother, I heard that you brought more people to the Draconic Penitentiary. Did these fellows disrespect you? A youth with a sinister look on his face asked as he looked at Lifeless Thorn. As he spoke, he sent a murderous glare at Dark Tiger and the others. He didn't even withdraw his murderous intent when he looked at Nu Tao. This youth was Lifeless Thorn's younger brother, Jing Wusun. He was also a rank 7 dragon and ranked 138th on the mortal ranking. Lifeless Thorn shook his head indifferently as he briefly explained the situation to Shifeng. Jing Wusun and the others were shocked. Someone from the Cloud Rising sect had managed to bring so many dragon blood fruits out of the Withered Bones Forbidden Land? Moreover, this person had entered the Draconic Penitentiary with the strength of a 7-star Do Huang to rescue his master? If a 7-star Do Huang can walk freely in our Draconic Penitentiary, is there a need for the Draconic Penitentiary to exist? Jing Wusun mocked. Lifeless Thorn smiled. Let's wait and see. If he doesn't come out, we'll just treat it as a joke. You're right, big brother. Jing Wusun nodded. Kid, you must bring Elder Shintu out and let this group of dragons see the power of our human race. It wasn't just Wu Hu. Several other managing elders were looking forward to Ning Qi giving them a perfect slap in the face when they saw the Redbud Dragon tribe treating them so arrogantly and rudely. After entering the Draconic Penitentiary, Ning Qi finally understood why this place was so terrifying. Even in this tunnel that was several dozen miles long, there would be sputtering flames from time to time. Even with Ning Qi's physical strength and HP, he might not be able to withstand it if he were to come into contact with even a little bit of it. In places that Ning Qi could see with his naked eyes, he could see the remains of many demon beasts and dragons. Some of these skeletons were incomplete, with only half of them remaining. Some only had a shape, and with a light touch they would turn into ashes. Obviously, they had died under those flames. In addition, he could occasionally see 1 or 2 human skeletons. These humans must have been formidable experts, but they died in the Draconic Penitentiary of the Dragon Clan. A trace of sympathy flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. At this time, another jet of flames shot out from both sides. Ning Qi's figure flashed, barely dodging it. He had thought that this would be the end of it, but a black shadow appeared in front of him. Ning Qi said in a low voice, "Are you a dragon or a demon? Or a human?" That black shadow was 8 zhang tall. It was probably not of the human race. If it wasn't of the dragon race, then it was a demon beast. Demon beasts that could shapeshift were usually very terrifying. Demon beasts were different from the dragon race. Their bloodline could not compare to the dragon race, and they did not have a bloodline inheritance. If they wanted to shapeshift, the difficulty was 4 or 5 times higher than that of the ordinary dragon race. Demon beasts that could shapeshift were at least rank 8. The other party spoke, his voice low and hoarse with a strange accent. You are of the human race? Ningqi took about 3 breaths of time to react. He said in a low voice, yes. Who locked you in here? The hoarse voice sounded again. Ningqi said, Jing Wuming of the Redbud Dragon Tribe. Why? The Black Shadow said in a low voice. Because someone kidnapped his wife. Ningqi said, a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha, the Black Shadow let out a long laugh. His laughter was deafening, and he could vaguely hear the sand and stones falling from the top, crashing beside Ningqi's feet. The Black Shadow took 2 steps forward, and Ningqi finally saw his face clearly. Second senior brother? Ningqi's heart shook. It was a face with pig's ears and a pig's nose. 2 sharp fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth. The hair on his head was sparse, and his eyes glowed with green light. If Ningqi's heart was not as steady as a rock, anyone else would have fallen to the ground in fright upon seeing this appearance. Some time ago, that human killed a member of the Redbud Dragon Tribe and was imprisoned here. But you kidnapped Jing Wuming's wife. Interesting, interesting. Have more and more humans become dissatisfied with the dragon race recently? The second senior brother laughed sinisterly. That human from before? Ningqi's heart stirred and he said respectfully, Senior is right. The dragon race is becoming more and more excessive. I estimate that in another few decades, there will be another dragon-human war. A dragon-human war. How nostalgic. The second senior brother's eyes glowed as he sighed. Oh. Senior, have you experienced that dragon-human war? Ningqi asked curiously. It's useless even if you know. Now come here and let me see how your body is, and whether it's delicious enough. The second senior brother frowned slightly, his pig's nose twitched, and he squinted at Ningqi. This guy wants to eat me? Ningqi's eyes showed a trace of fear, and he asked tentatively, Senior, are you going to eat me? Of course, otherwise why would I stay here all day? There are too few humans in the Draconic Penitentiary, and those old guys are very strong. I haven't eaten human flesh for a long time. The second senior brother said with a face full of nostalgia. Didn't that mean that Master had already been eaten by him? Ningqi asked in a deep voice. Did you also eat that human who was imprisoned here some time ago? That guy? The second senior brother showed a trace of anger in his eyes. He curled his lips and looked at Ningqi. Why are you asking so many questions? If you don't come over, I'll go over. After saying that, he walked towards Ningqi step by step. Chapter 500. Chapter 500. Conquering the enemy with delicacies. Wait. Ningqi reached out to stop second senior brother with a serious expression. Hehe, are you afraid? Fear. The meat of fear tastes even more delicious. Second senior brother chuckled. What's so good about human flesh? If senior likes to eat, I have some other wild animals here. You can try them. Ningqi smiled. Other wild animals? Second senior brother frowned and looked at Ningqi with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. What delicacy? For example, this. Ningqi suddenly took out a roasted cow with salt, cumin, and chili on it. He threw it at second senior brother. This whole roasted cow was bought from the Dragon Slaying Merchant Center for 5 dragon slaying coins. It was more expensive than a low-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pill, but the introduction clearly stated that it was made by some culinary god in the culinary world. It had the effect of quickly recovering strength after eating it, so the taste should not be too bad. This is, second senior brother's nose twitched slightly, and then his eyes shone brightly. He caught the whole roasted cow and took a bite. At this moment, his head expanded dozens of times. His mouth was like a black hole, and he directly swallowed the whole roasted cow. After chewing a few times, he swallowed. Only then did his head return to its original state. Then, he closed his eyes, as if he was savoring the taste. Ningqi looked at second senior brother quietly, waiting for the result. After a while, second senior brother opened his eyes and looked at Ning Chi excitedly. I've never eaten such delicious food. This is a cow, right? How did you do it? Well, it's called mysterious roasted whole cow. Senior, is it delicious? Ning Chi said with a smile. Hee hee, kid, it's delicious, but you must have hidden it in your universe ring, right? I can take it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, second senior brother's figure disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, Ning Chi was already grabbed by the neck and lifted up. Ning Chi's eyes flashed. In the next moment, he was ready to take out the supreme dragon-slaying bullet and fight. Huh, no universe ring? Second senior brother put Ning Chi down with a surprised expression and said with a strange expression, Boy, where did you hide the thing? Take it out. Senior, don't be anxious. Speaking of which, this is a secret of my sect. If Senior thinks it's delicious, why don't we talk while we walk? About what? Of course it's to negotiate. Do you think I'm eating these delicacies for free? Alright. After that, second senior brother walked side by side with Ning Chi. Occasionally, some demonic beasts would rush over after smelling Ning Chi's scent. However, when they saw second senior brother from afar, they immediately turned around and fled frantically. Senior, how should I address you? Ning Chi chatted with second senior brother for a bit longer before changing the topic to Shintuyuanba. He wanted to ask him where he was now. With second senior brother around, the rescue mission would probably go quite smoothly. Second senior brother snorted and said, When I was in the outside world, people called me Supremacy Heavenly Pig. Celestial Pig? That was quite appropriate. However, Ning Chi was a little confused. Wouldn't he be angry if people called him a pig? After knowing Ning Chi's thoughts, Supremacy Heavenly Pig looked at Ning Chi with a strange expression. Am I not a pig? You're a human. If someone called you a celestial, would you be angry? That's right, Ning Chi smiled awkwardly. Let's not talk about this. Take out the thing. I'm starving. Supremacy Heavenly Pig said while drooling. You've just eaten and you're hungry now? Ning Chi rolled his eyes in his heart. Naturally, he did not intend to let Supremacy Heavenly Pig eat to his heart's content so quickly. At the very least, he had to ask what he wanted to know. How about this, Supremacy Heavenly Pig? You said that before I came in, there was a human who was locked in here. Is he dead or alive? Ning Chi asked. Why are you asking this? Could it be that you are familiar with him? Supremacy Heavenly Pig's expression changed slightly as he looked coldly at Ning Chi. As a human, since I'm locked in the draconic penitentiary, I naturally have to plan for myself. If I can be with people of the same race in the future, at least I won't be eaten by an expert like you so easily, right? Ning Chi smiled bitterly. Supremacy Heavenly Pig seemed to think that his explanation was quite reasonable. After hesitating for a moment, he said, That human has been taken away. Taken away? Who took him away? Ning Chi asked curiously. Supremacy Heavenly Pig seemed unwilling to talk about this, but Ning Chi kept asking. In the end, he said impatiently, It's the grand disciple of Purple Sun Sword Emperor, one of the 3 great emperors here, Primordial Chaos Supremacy. 3 great emperors? Ning Chi's eyes were filled with doubt. Suddenly, he was shocked. Could it be that there were 3 Dodi imprisoned in the draconic penitentiary? He had never heard of this matter before. Senior, I've just arrived here and there are still many things I don't understand. Why don't you enlighten me? As Ning Chi spoke, he took out a mysterious extreme roast cow and handed it to Supremacy Heavenly Pig. He also bought a large barrel of Green Island beer and handed it over. Seeing the roast cow, Supremacy Heavenly Pig was in a good mood. When he took the beer and finished it, his expression froze. Senior, how does it taste? Ning Chi smiled. It's too delicious. What's this? Supremacy Heavenly Pig burped and looked at Ning Chi excitedly. Senior, give me another barrel. Drink it and tell me about this place. Ningqi handed Supremacy Heavenly Pig another barrel of Green Island beer. The Supremacy of Celestial Pig took the beer and drank it as he cheered. This was because the beer was still frozen. Then, he saw Ningqi's thirst for knowledge. He coughed and cleared his throat, then started to talk about the Draconic Penitentiary. Let me tell you, I was imprisoned here 200 years ago. Before I came here, this Draconic Penitentiary had already existed for tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. Why was it only a few thousand years in the outside world's records? Of course, tens of thousands of years ago, this place wasn't called the Draconic Penitentiary, but the Dragon Abyss. Anyone could enter and leave freely. How could it be like now, where the King Redbud Dragon Clan keeps us heroes in a prison? Heroes and warriors? Were there heroes who asked others if their meat tasted good the moment they met? Ningqi curled his lips in disdain. Ever since this place was occupied by the Redbud Dragon Clan and turned into a prison, unlucky fellows were thrown in here from time to time. In these 200 years, I've seen at least 700 to 800 unlucky fellows. Only a small half of them survived, while the rest were all eaten. When I first came here, I was invincible. No one bothered with my business. I could eat whoever I wanted. In the end, 180 years ago, 3 fellows suddenly appeared. Which 3? Chapter 501. Out of the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. Don't interrupt. These 3 fellows are the ancient dragon emperor of the dragon race, the demonic sky demon emperor of the demon race, and the purple sun sword emperor of the human race. No one knows where they have been hiding to cultivate, but they managed to evade the detection of the experts of the Amethyst Dragon tribe and secretly achieved the emperor rank. Since then, the Draconic Penitentiary has been divided into 3 factions. Those who are unwilling to accept their jurisdiction can only wander around the periphery of the Draconic Penitentiary, living extremely miserable lives. At this point, Supremacy Heavenly Pig's face was filled with hatred. I'm afraid that this pig is one of those who are unwilling to be governed, Ningqi quietly exclaimed in his heart. However, he was incomparably shocked that the dragon prison really had an existence of a Dodi. After all, this news had never spread. Afterward, the Supremacy of Heavenly Pig explained the distribution of forces in the Draconic Penitentiary to Ningqi as he drank. Unexpectedly, the Purple Sun Sword Emperor of the human race was the strongest and obtained the largest territory, followed by the demonic sky demon Tharch and the ancient dragon Tharch. It was a stark contrast to the outside world. In the Draconic Penitentiary, the majority of the Dragon Clan did not dare to provoke the human clan. This was because the Purple Sun Sword Emperor was very protective of his people, and because the lifespan of the human clan was relatively short, the Purple Sun Sword Emperor would personally appear at certain times to ensure that the human clan's population did not decline greatly. And the person who took Shinto Yuanba away was Purple Sun Sword Emperor's grand disciple, Primordial Chaos Reverend. In the mouth of the Supremacy Celestial Pig, the Primordial Chaos Supremacy was just a small character. As for the Supremacy Celestial Pig, it was only because of the Purple Sun Sword Emperor that it let Shinto Yuanba go. Otherwise, it would have swallowed Shinto Yuanba in one gulp. Ningqi heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. At least Shinto Yuanba was taken away by the human race, so there shouldn't be too much danger. However, Ningqi still had to bring him out of the Draconic Penitentiary. After all, this place was just a prison. Senior, why don't you take me to a human city? Ningqi laughed. Supremacy Tianzhu smirked. Do you think I'm stupid? I'll send you to a human city, and then what will I eat? Stop dreaming. If you want to live, you have to follow behind me. I will guarantee your safety, but you have to give me food and drink every day. Otherwise, I will eat your flesh and drink your blood. This is a little tricky. Ning Qi fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed across the gray sky. Venerable Celestial Swine had a look of horror on his face. When the stream of light disappeared from his sight, he heaved a sigh of relief. Ning Qi sensed his abnormality, and was about to ask what it was that made Venerable Celestial Swine so afraid when the stream of light appeared in their vision again. Not good! The Venerable Celestial Swine grabbed Ning Qi and flew into the sky. Before Ning Qi could react, he ate a mouthful of cold wind. Then, he realized in shock that the speed of the light far exceeded the Venerable Celestial Swine's. In just 3 breaths, it appeared before the two of them. The Venerable Celestial Swine had no choice but to stop. The light transformed into a middle-aged man with long, flowing hair. He looked at Supremacy Celestial Pig and Ning Qi calmly. Primordial Supremacy, it's you again. Supremacy Heavenly Pig revealed an embarrassed smile. The Primordial Chaos Venerable asked indifferently, "Why did you flee the moment you saw me? Isn't it because you snatched something from me?" Supremacy Heavenly Pig cursed in his heart, but he still put on a smile. Primordial Chaos Venerable, you've misunderstood. I'm going to Sky Demon City to buy something. He's the Primordial Chaos Venerable? Master is in his hands? Ning Qi was shocked. He wanted to speak, but he was still under the control of Supremacy Heavenly Pig. He did not dare to offend him, afraid that he would be crushed to death. "Oh, go on then," the Primordial Chaos Venerable said. Supremacy Heavenly Pig was stunned. He was overjoyed and wanted to leave. However, the Primordial Chaos Venerable said indifferently, "Leave this human behind and you can leave." What? Supremacy Heavenly Pig revealed a look of hesitation. If it was an ordinary human, he would have slipped away a long time ago. However, Ning Qi had that super delicious roasted whole cow and super tasty wine. He was unwilling to give Ning Qi to the Primordial Chaos Venerable just like that. At the thought of this, Supremacy Heavenly Pig's face darkened. He looked at the Primordial Chaos Venerable and said, "Primordial Chaos Venerable, don't be so ruthless. I already gave that guy to you without a second word. This time, you want to snatch him away again?" The Primordial Chaos Venerable glanced at Ning Qi and then at Supremacy Heavenly Pig. "Let him go. You! Let him go. I! Let him go." No matter what Supremacy Heavenly Pig said, the Primordial Chaos Venerable only had one simple sentence: "Let him go." After a few times, Supremacy Celestial Swine seemed to feel a terrifying aura lock onto him. He panicked and threw Ning Qi towards Primordial Chaos Supremacy. He turned around and fled, disappearing from Ning Qi's sight in the blink of an eye. "You were just imprisoned here? Which sect are you from?" The Primordial Chaos Venerable looked at Ning Qi and said indifferently. Ning Qi hurriedly bowed and said, "I'm Ning Qi from Cloud Rising Sect. You must be Senior Primordial Chaos Venerable. The middle-aged man you took away from Supremacy Heavenly Pig is my master, Shintuyuanba. Cloud Rising Sect." The Primordial Chaos Venerable looked at Ning Qi with a playful and strange look in his eyes. When Ning Qi saw this, he knew that something was wrong. Sure enough, he felt a tremendous force attack him the next moment, and he fainted. The Primordial Chaos Venerable carried Ning Qi and flew towards the largest human city in the Draconic Penitentiary, the Sword Dharch City. After half a day, the Primordial Chaos Venerable arrived at the Sword Dharch City. Although the sky was dusky and he could not see the entire Sword Dharch City clearly, a corner of it was revealed. It was majestic and spectacular. Moreover, there was a faint killing intent. Ning Qi had already woken up by this time. However, he pretended to be dizzy and secretly opened his eyes a little to see the scene in front of him. Where is he taking me? Why did he have such a huge reaction when he heard the Cloud Rising Sect? After the Primordial Chaos Venerable flew into the Sword Dharch City, he flew for a distance. In the end, he loosened his grip and Ning Qi was thrown down. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Ning Qi hurriedly mobilized all the fighting energy in his body and landed steadily. This person is new. All of you keep an eye on him. I might come and look for him again after a period of time. The primordial chaos venerable disappeared without a trace after leaving these words. After that, Ning Qi realized that there was an old man standing in front of him. The old man was so old that he was unrecognizable. The wrinkles on his face were like layers of stairs. His entire body was covered with age spots and he emitted a faint aura of death. It was as if he had just crawled out of the soil. This made Ning Qi think of the old Do Xing monsters in the Dongxian land. However, this old man was not a Do Xing. He was only a 3-star Do Zun. However, his life was about to come to an end. The Redbud Dragon tribe has sent 2 humans here in such a short period of time. TSK, newcomer, take this and scram to the mines. Chapter 502. Mining. Ning Qi couldn't understand why he had to go mining the moment he arrived. Ning Qi couldn't understand why he had to go mining the moment he arrived. That old man seemed to have sensed Ning Qi's thoughts. He laughed coldly and said, "Don't even think of escaping. This place is personally placed by the Purple Sun Sword Emperor. Even a Do Xing would not be able to escape from this place. Quickly go and dig. The more you dig, the more you will be able to eat today. Only then will you be able to redeem the medicinal pills. Your cultivation will definitely regress." With that, the old man turned and left, seemingly unafraid of Ning Qi escaping. Ning Qi looked up and saw faint runes in the sky. Obviously, there was a restriction placed in the sky. The reason he was thrown down was likely related to the fact that the primordial chaos venerable was the grand disciple of the Purple Sun Sword Emperor. At this time, the miners that passed by Ning Qi were all looking at him with gloating eyes. Among them, there were even some Do Zong-level existences who looked at Ning Qi with malicious intent. No one knew what they were planning. "Hey, you must be new. What law did you break to be locked up here?" A short-haired girl standing behind Ning Qi asked curiously. Ning Qi turned around and frowned. "I only get locked up here because I broke the law?" The short-haired girl rolled her eyes at Ning Qi. "Of course. You don't even know what law you broke, do you? TSK, let's go mining. It's getting late. If I don't dig up some heavenly spirit crystals to exchange for lower earth-level chi gathering pills, I might not be able to survive the demonic storm when it's midnight." With that, she carried the same shovel as Ning Qi's and walked towards the cave. Ning Qi quickly followed, ignoring the malicious gazes of the nearby fellows. He asked in a low voice, "Miss, what is a heavenly spirit crystal? And what is the demonic storm?" The short-haired girl looked at Ning Qi strangely. "Don't tell me you were just locked up in the draconic penitentiary by the Purple Sun Dragon tribe?" "Yes." Ning Qi nodded decisively. "No wonder you don't know anything. You are really unlucky. You just entered the draconic penitentiary and now you're locked up in the sky prison." The short-haired girl looked at Ning Qi with eyes full of pity. "Sky prison?" Ning Qi raised his eyebrows slightly. "This place is called the Heaven Prison. Actually, it's just a heaven spirit crystal mine. However, during the Z period there will be an evil chi storm. It will cause the cultivation of those caught in the storm to regress. If one's cultivation speed can't keep up with the weakened battle chi, it's normal for 1 or 2 stars to regress." Later on, the Purple Sun Sword Emperor laid down a forbidden technique, allowing those who broke the rules of the Sword Monarch City to come in and work as miners to excavate the Heaven Spirit crystals for the Purple Sun Sword Emperor. "I was sentenced to 7 years in prison." As the short-haired girl spoke, a look of anticipation appeared on her face. She then looked at Ning Qi with a gloating expression. A demonic storm at midnight? Ning Qi was somewhat anxious. Lifeless Thorn and the others would wait for him outside the Draconic Penitentiary for at most half a month. If he exceeded this deadline, they would probably assume that he had died in the Draconic Penitentiary. If he could not find Shinto Yuanba in time and escape with him, would he be imprisoned in the Draconic Penitentiary forever? Thinking of this, Ning Qi could not help but shiver in his heart. At this time, he had already followed the short-haired girl into the cave. The inside was bigger than Ning Qi had imagined, and there were a lot of people. They were all in their respective corners, holding shovels and digging something. Occasionally, he could see someone walking out with a happy face, but they were stopped and then turned back with a pale face. However, there were also some people who walked out, and no one dared to stop them, so they all gave way. "I see that you're new. I'll bring you around for the next 2 days. Follow me, but remember, don't look around if you have nothing to do. It's best if you don't make eye contact with others," the short-haired girl warned Ning Qi. "Oh, okay. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Ning Qi. How should I address you, young lady?" Ning Qi smiled. "Just call me Dudu," the short-haired girl said. Dudu. Ning Qi was stunned for a moment. Seeing that the short-haired girl did not have any bashful expression, he guessed that this name in the Draconic Penitentiary must have another meaning. It was not as cute as it seemed on the surface. Dudu led Ning Qi for a long time. Finally, they came to a very small cavern. This cavern seemed to be a small branch of the entire cavern. It was also full of traces of excavation, but now there was no one else except for Ning Qi and Dudu. "Let's dig here. Although it is difficult to find Tianling crystals here, the advantage is that there is no one here. Even if a Tianling crystal appears, it will not be snatched away immediately." After saying that, Dudu found a corner and dug with a shovel. Seeing this, Ning Qi also tried to dig on the other side. Only then did he realize that the stones here were a little special. With his great strength, the shovel could only go about 3 inches into the ground. Although this shovel was not a fighting weapon, the material it was made of should not be ordinary, as it could withstand the power of Ning Qi's 5 dragons and 5 elephants. "By the way, Dudu, what is a Tianling crystal?" Ning Qi asked while digging. He could not find it in the Dragon Slayer Mall. He secretly guessed that it could be an ordinary Tianling crystal in the outside world. If that was the case, he had a lot of them. "You will know when you dig it, but it is definitely not the Tianling crystal you think," Dudu said without turning his head. "You know a lot about the outside world. Were you imprisoned here or were you born here?" Ning Qi asked again. "Look at my age. Of course I was born here." Dudu's tone was a little impatient. Perhaps it had something to do with her not being able to find a Tianling crystal after digging for a long time. Seeing this, Ning Qi thickened his skin and asked, "Was there anyone who was imprisoned here like me?" "There was one, but that guy was not as lucky as you. He met me. He is now working under Tuba and has not received a qi gathering pill for some time. His cultivation seems to have regressed to a 6-star dozome," Dudu said. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. It was very likely that Dudu was talking about Shinto Yuanba. Could it be that the Cloud Rising sect has a grudge with the Purple Sun Sword Emperor here? Otherwise, why would they imprison me here after hearing my background? Now that Master is probably here, I have to find a chance to meet up with him and see if there is a way to escape. Ning Qi thought in his heart. At this time, he saw that the shovel was too slow to dig, so he directly took out the Dragon Slayer saber. Sure enough, the Dragon Slayer saber was much more useful than the shovel when chopping these stones. In a short while, huge rocks were piled up beside him. Ding! Discovered a piece of inferior-grade Spirit God stone. The system's beep rang out. Ning Qi was dumbstruck as he took out a green stone from inside. Tianling crystal, is it a Spirit God stone? This place was a forbidden technique set up by the Purple Sun Sword Emperor when he became a Dou-Di 180 years ago. Thinking of this, Ning Qi seemed to know something. At this time, Dudu turned to look at Ningqi. Ningqi had already put away the Dragon Slayer saber, and Dudu could only see the inferior grade Spirit God stone in his hand. Chapter 503. A Great Harvest. Dudu looked at Ningqi in shock. No, it was the spiritual God stone in Ningqi's hand. In the next second, she turned into green smoke and appeared in front of Ningqi. She excitedly snatched the spiritual God stone from Ningqi's hand. This is such a big Tianling crystal. This can probably be exchanged for 90 Earth low-grade Qi gathering pills. If I eat one a day, won't I be able to eat until I leave the sky prison? Thinking of this, Dudu's expression suddenly changed. She disappointedly handed the spiritual God stone to Ningqi and said, "Quickly hide it. If someone sees it, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to leave this place." Hide? Hide what? Tianling crystal? But I already saw it. A mocking voice came from outside. Dudu's expression immediately changed. She pulled Ningqi over and looked at the person with a serious face. "Huyen Gaolong, what are you doing here? Just now I heard that you have brought a new person in. I want to see who has obtained your favor the moment he arrived. Humph. It is unexpected that he is merely a 7-star Do Huang. However, this brat's luck is indeed very good. He managed to dig up such a large piece of Tianling crystal the moment he arrived. Get him to hand over the Tianling crystal," Huyen Gaolong said indifferently. There was a trace of disdain in his tone. He was a Do Huang who had stepped into the first stage of life and death. He could indeed look down on anyone below the peak of the Do Huang realm. Dudu's cultivation was 2 stars higher than Ningqi's, a 9-star Do Huang. At this time, Ningqi had already placed the spiritual God stone into his space bag. Huyen Gaolong noticed this but did not care. He looked at Dudu. As long as Dudu agreed, he could kill or seriously injure Ningqi on the spot and then personally find the Tianling crystal on Ningqi's body. A trace of hesitation flashed in Dudu's eyes. Finally, she glanced at Ningqi and made a decision. She slowly shook her head at Huyen Gaolong. "I will be leaving in 3 months. You just need to endure for another 5 months. Don't be meddlesome. Just pretend you didn't see us. Go." "Pretend I didn't see you? How is that possible?" Huyen Gaolong laughed coldly. Then, he looked at Dudu affectionately and said, "Dudu, you know that I love you. When I get out, you will marry me. If we can get a few more heavenly spirit crystals in this final period of time, we can also exchange them for some medicinal pills from Elder Chiao. At that time, won't we be able to be together forever?" After saying that, Huyen Gaolong glanced behind him. When he turned back again, his expression was one of anxiety. "Someone will be coming soon. Dudu, hurry up and make your decision. Who wants to be with you?" When Dudu heard this word, his expression immediately changed. "If you really plan on snatching this heaven spirit crystal, we won't take it anymore. When the time comes, we'll throw it out. Let's see who can snatch it from you." "You!" Huyen Gaolong flew into a rage, but his expression soon calmed down. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes as he gave Ningqi a deep look, then turned around and left. Ningqi thought that he was about to make a move and was ready. In the end, the other party was intimidated by a few words from Dudu. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He won't let you off so easily, but he won't dare to openly deal with you. After all, such a big piece of heaven spirit crystal. If someone finds it, it won't end up in his hands. But when you sleep at night, I'm afraid you have to be careful," Dudu said to Ningqi. "Alright, I got it." Ningqi smiled and nodded. This short-haired girl was quite kind-hearted. Ningqi was a little curious as to what law she had broken to be imprisoned in the heavenly prison. Then, Dudu immediately noticed the gravel. A trace of shock flashed in her eyes. "How did you do it?" She had just dug for half a day and only managed to dig a small hole. Ning Chi's hole was more than 10 times bigger than hers. It's very simple. Ning Chi smiled. At this time, someone passed by. After glancing at the two of them, he ignored them. Ning Chi could see a trace of mockery in the corner of their mouth. They had no intention of coming in to dig. Obviously, in their eyes, this place was of very low value. After they left, Ning Chi gestured for Dudu to follow behind him. Then, he found another corner. There were some jagged rocks blocking the view from the outside. When he dug, he wouldn't be seen. Dudu knew that Ning Chi wanted to hide his mining method for her, so she was looking forward to it. In the next moment, the Dragon Slayer saber appeared in Ning Chi's hand. Ning Chi waved it and dug a big hole in a few moves. Those stones seemed to be ordinary rocks in front of him. However, this time, he didn't dig out any low-grade spirit stones. He was slightly disappointed. Dudu looked at Ning Chi in shock. Your battle weapon can even dig heavenly steel rock? And so easily? After the shock, she was stunned again. No, when you were locked up, didn't your universe ring be taken away? Universe ring? Ning Chi laughed in his heart. The existence of the space bag was probably something even a Do Di couldn't discover. He had never used something like a universe ring. Seeing Ning Chi smile without saying a word, although Dudu was very curious, she didn't ask further. Instead, she said happily, "Forget it, don't care about that. Since you have such a powerful battle weapon, let's work together. I'll teach you the rules here. You're in charge of digging. Halfway through, I want 30%. No, 20%. Is that okay?" There was a trace of anticipation on Dudu's face, as if she was afraid that Ning Chi would reject her. Of course. Ning Chi nodded. Following that, Dudu stood guard at the door while Ning Chi dug hard. When someone passed by, Dudu would squat down at the corner of the wall and use a shovel to dig a few times. It could only dig out some small gravel. Those people glanced at it, smiled, shook their heads, and left. They secretly mocked Dudu in their hearts, thinking that Dudu was dawdling here because it was about to leave the heavenly prison. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-grade spirit stone. Ding! Ning Chi continuously dug for about 6 hours. There were already no less than 7 low-grade spirit stones in the space bag. This was a total of 70,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Time is up, let's quickly leave this place. The evil storm at night began to erupt from this place. There was once a fellow who forgot the time when he was mining and was discovered unconscious here the next day. His cultivation had also changed from a 1-star Do Zone to a 1-star De Dosher. Dudu stepped forward to stop Ning Chi from continuing to dig. As she pulled Ning Chi out, she told Ning Chi about the chilling matter. A 1-star Do Zone became a 1-star De Dosher? Ning Chi was slightly shocked. The two of them passed through many passageways and arrived at the entrance of the cave. Huyen Gaolong saw Dudu pulling Ning Chi's arm. His face immediately became incomparably gloomy. He had originally thought that Dudu was being kind and wanted to teach the newbie. But now, it seemed that it was a little different from what he had imagined. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.